Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I saw a bunch of first-time chatters. That's awesome. Hi, everybody. Oh, we have raiders. Who's raiding? I need to scroll up.
Raiders.
Oh, Lav is raiding. Hi, Lav. Thank you so much. We're talking about One Piece. If you know about One Piece, it's a good time. Lav doesn't know about One Piece, but still watches and likes it. I'm not recommending it to people who don't know One Piece, but Lav likes it.
Yeah, Lav does. But Lav is a smart kid.
That's true. That's true.
I've known Lav since they were pretty little.
That's true. I've known Lav since I was pretty little.
That's true too.
How are you
Oh,
holding
thank
up?
you for subscribing.
Oh, thank you for the sub. Baby Bellamy is good. His bits are turned back on because he is present. He lives again today. Yeah, how are you?
My cough, it's not gone. Thank you for noticing.
That's great.
It's decided.
Yeah, have you developed any new health problems since last time when there was a cough?
You're just making an opening here so that I can tell everyone about my new fun times.
Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Fine. I'm a Madrock. I have a cough that's trying to kill me from the inside out, and I may or may not have picked up some shingles.
That's true about you. You have developed a case of the shingles. Your audio's low.
Audio
okay,
is low?
Oh, my audio's low. Looking at these levels. Try talking.
I'm hearing cool.
Cool. All right, I think we should be about level now.
If anyone feels like I'm not level, I can turn it up on my end.
The problem is the way you speak, you change your volume more than the average person.
It's called inflection. Inflection, man. I've got the
someone
inflection.
Is saying, I don't know if you noticed this chatter saying an incredibly. Someone gifted a sub. Thank you. I don't know if you're you're noticing this incredibly important statement someone said, which is all the shingle ladies.
Oh my god. Did they really just say all the shingle ladies?
Someone did say this. So some people are saying it.
That's genius. That is it's terrible, but it's oh god. I'm gonna try not to cough every 5.5 seconds. Yeah, but you know what? I do feel better because I did give this cough to your great good father.
Wow.
Yeah, I gifted it. Here you go. All the shingle ladies, all the shingle ladies. You've got to give Bellamy a treat.
I noticed.
Emotionally, I have water back now, so I can actually do things like laundry. I got it back yesterday. I don't want to brag, but I'm a person who has water in their home.
It's pretty impressive. My boy.
It was 1 week. It was exactly 1 week to the minute.
Well, thank you so much, Parakeet, for your donation. Something I want to say is I was expecting to be able to put more time into things and get stuff done faster. However, what I neglected is I want to take my final semester of school before one day I want to do a master's program. My final semester for undergrad of school is right now. And turns out I want to take that seriously, and it's fucking killing me. Amazon Lily will be going up tonight. Most likely tomorrow is when it'll be live. Most likely the day after that, you'll get Impel Down, which is edited by Cricket. Very good. And hopefully the day after that, you'll get Marineford for videos. Just so people know what the updates are looking like.
Impel Down was, like, I think my favorite interview we've ever done.
Yeah, I am a poet. I would honestly, I'd hope that if I were an art major and I'd put as much effort into it as I have writing, that I would be a better artist. Now, you might think, hey, if you don't think you're a good artist, why are you drawing for a show? Because the policy of this show is to have fun first and foremost, and I have fun drawing. Literally that simple.
Yeah. Yeah. Not to mention, you're improving every day. You are a good artist. And
no, I don't think I'm bad. I just think I would be better if this was my major.
True, but why would you need to be like not doing things just because they weren't your thing you were best at?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm a poetry major. Someone else had a comment that I wanted to respond to, but my brain's dead today, so I don't remember it. Patreon, I'm hoping will be going up to coincide with the Marineford video. And then we're going to be doing a patron-only stream, and that's available at the $1 tier for the Mama reading the beginning of Post Time Skip live, which won't be for a while because we're taking a short break from these videos. We're going to do videos. The Blackbeard video is coming. These streams / videos we're just taking a little break.
Tiny break. We're still going to be doing Mum Piece during that time.
A lot of people are saying that I'm a good artist, and what I need to tell everybody is make sure you have friends who are better at art than you. That way you'll never feel good, and you'll always want to practice harder. Unironically, that's my advice for keeping up with practice, is have people who are better than you in your life.
Yeah,
if you're the best out of your friends, keep making friends.
Make some new friends. Keep the old ones. We're not saying get rid of your friends, P.S.
Yeah. But just be friends with people who are better artists than you, and you will never feel like you're good enough, which is good because you never want to feel good enough because then you stop taking it seriously.
Yeah.
So
precisely.
What's your favorite name for the war? Okay, this is actually a good one. What do you like better? There's so many. Some people call it Marineford. Some people call it the War of the Best. Some people call it the Summit War, the Whitebeard War, the War for Ace. What name do you like for it? What's a good name for the Marineford War? Which, first of all, let's be honest, is a battle and a war. I guess there are wars that are only one battle, but calling it a war feels weird.
Calling it a war feels weird for a bunch of reasons.
But
does it kind of start? You know what I was just thinking about? You and I were talking earlier, and and we were talking about the Cold War.
Yeah.
And interestingly, it feels like the beginning of a Cold War creator. This battle, because it feels like there's going to be a bunch of battles, and there's going to be a bunch of I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but there's going to be a bunch of peacocking and small battles and setting yourself up and becoming stronger in your position and creating allies after this is done, which is kind of like what happened during the Cold War. So people thought that it was just like, oh, nothing happened. No, shit was happening crazy after in the Cold War. There was all sorts of stuff happening. And, yeah, all sorts of political movement. And so it kind of feels like that. But I just like, honestly, Marineford, because I don't think of it just as a battle for Ace, because Ace is a tool that the government is using, right?
Mm-hmm. I think Marineford is good. The reason it's a war and a battle to me is because, while it is just one fight, one of the belligerents was annihilated as a faction as a result of the battle. So the war just started and ended with one battle because the one battle annihilated them as a faction. Like, the Whitebeard pirates are no more.
Yeah, agreed. Except for they're split up. Is there a way to unify them? The
Possibly.
Picture that he's drawing, the person who's like, oh, now I know what you're drawing. What he's drawing is the only moment that I thought gave me happiness in the last, I don't know, million chapters? Million and a half?
Okay, well, let's be frank. There were moments of happiness for you within Thriller Bark. It was just mostly sad. I think since Duval, sad. This is the first happy moment.
Yeah, even in Thriller Bark, it wasn't that happy.
There was just happy bits.
We found out so small. And then Annie's lobby, not happy.
I think Duval was the last happy bit that you had.
Yeah, it's a crushing section. Absolutely. How are your feelings? Crush. Your dad actually questioned why I was reading it today, because I was rereading some stuff, and along comes Papa Drock, and he sees me, and he's like, so I'm just going to take the dogs up for a quick hike up the mountain, and then are you crying again? You're doing this to yourself. Yeah.
Flip. Well, that's not as
I was crying.
Yeah, look, the thing about One Piece is it causes a lot of pain, but it's so far, like when we were suffering in Alabasta and you were like, I didn't know I could feel this good about someone being beat up at the end when Croc was defeated. Way back in the day, remember that?
Yeah, I remember it was good.
It's to build up to joy, probably. This is probably all going to be worth a beautiful joy at the end of the series.
Well,
thank you, Legit Hawaiian, for the song.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The joy he's dishing out in smaller portions now, because I think that he's almost trying to make us understand deeply how important joy is. He's taken it away from us. When he gives it back, we're going to be like, oh shit, joy. Joy is important. Joy is great. And I actually think, unironically, I am right. And that is part of what he's doing, because he's trying to show the strengths of friendship, beauty, joy, finding the things in life that are worth living for, all of those types of things. I think he's actually trying to show us that. And one of the best ways of doing it, take away the joy. And then you're sitting here like, good God, man, you're killing me.
I don't think it counts as a spoiler at all to say One Piece gets happy again, that it doesn't stay miserable forever. And because this moment basically tells you that. Like, that's what this is, to say, hey, things can be good again. I need to exaggerate this. This isn't quite working. But I unironically know people.
Luffy.
I unironically know people who, I mean, I don't know them as friends. I've seen them online, who complain about the series when it's joyful again, being like, why isn't it still serious? Why isn't it still gritty and dark? Like, what's wrong with you?
Ew, did somebody punch you as a baby? Like, honestly, get a life. Life can't just be the serious war moments where everybody runs around killing each other and we find out that everyone's backstory is made out of death and destruction. Everybody has post-traumatic stress from childhood trauma. It also has to be like, why do you fight except to fight to have joy again? Who are you fighting for? It's the ideal, like, Luffy and Goldie Roger and Ace and everyone, that idea that they keep saying they shouldn't, like Garp says in one of the backstories we're about to get into, he shouldn't be able to fight. Roger was up against all these incredible odds. There's no way he should have been able to win, but as long as he had his friends in his back, he knew he had to fight harder. Well, that friends at your back, you're not just fighting for friends who make you feel like shit. You're fighting for the joy and the love you share. So joy is super freaking important.
Yeah, I cannot comprehend the people who genuinely think the series gets worse for not staying at like this saga level of darkness for all of its run.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that we had to go through this too, because he did kind of create like this half spot where he was like, okay, I led you here. Now you understand the shape of the world and how serious shit is. And now when you have joy, you're going to understand it not as a silly idea. You're going to understand it as a thing that feeds your soul. And when your soul is fed and you have things that are worth fighting for, you need to train even harder. Fascinatingly, Luffy always feels like he needs to train harder. Like, ever since his backstory, he's like, I failed and I need to train harder. That's what's going on here. So I think that was really interesting to find out that even baby Luffy was the same way. So
should we?
This is a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Should we get started? Even though we are kind of started already?
I think we got to get started. I think we got to get into the story, not just the themes. It is like the themes are good, but they're supposed to live on a story. Guys, you might not believe this from the fact that I say this every time. It looks like I'm struggling to remember how faces look. I forgot to do practice beforehand. It's going to be a bit of a step to, I didn't do my warm-ups. It's going to be a bit of a process to get into the drawing. Let's get going.
Hey, unironically, why don't you make a little bit of a warm-up face here, then erase it and do another one?
You know, fuck it. Let's do the warm-up. Let's do it live. Let's do
the warm-up live. Bow, bow, bow. Why would you do it not live? Let everyone see the process. Yeah. You know what? This is how the sausage get made.
All right, let's get going.
What chapter was I supposed to start on?
Red Dragon, you only don't think I ever do warm-ups because I mention when I don't. I usually do my warm-ups. Just sometimes I don't.
No, I'm not starting at 590. Bro, that can't be true. I was starting down at because that doesn't include the backstory. Now I'm ton-fuzzled.
You're ton-fuzzled?
I'm ton-fuzzled. I'm ton-fuzzled a ton.
Okay.
You are the only one, literally the only one who calls me on my weirdness.
Yeah. Last night Mama Draw called me being like, hey, I have this great idea. And I listened to her about it. And I was like, yeah, no.
And it was a great idea.
I think that could work. And yeah, she goes, oh, that's a great idea. And I'm like, Do you usually get away with shit like telling people they have a great idea when their great idea is agreeing with the proposition you've called to talk about? Apparently,
Yes.
most people don't call her on that and just are like, I did have a great idea.
Most people think the idea was theirs. And is that intentional on my part? Yes, yes, it
and
is.
push-ups. All right, this is going away. We're going to keep the warm-up because that's not the art, and I'm going to go do push-ups. I'll be right back.
I legitimately feel like if people think that the idea is theirs, they're more likely to go along with it. So I'm very comfortable with not taking credit for ideas. Is that a little blackbeardish? It might be. Fitness. Oh, humans, I made myself a mocha. I cannot recommend it enough. You have to give the boy a treat now.
Damn,
while you were on
getting
the floor
so much
pushing
done.
yourself up.
All right, bud.
You went on the floor, pushed yourself up, and everybody was like, give the boy a treat.
Pet the boy, too.
So,
Who's your good
do
boy?
all the days. That's a
Guys,
good
I don't know if
boy.
you've noticed, but when you combine pet the boy and give the boy a treat, because he's up on my lap anyways, he also gets head kisses. So if you save up to do both of them, you give him bonus head kisses.
All right. What does it say? Mama, will you guess what the One Piece is today?
I
Nope.
don't think Mama's ready for that.
No, but I do have some ideas around it. And I think that in the week off, we should explore some of my various ideas. I don't want the One Piece talk to be predicting yet. I'm not ready to predict. I want to talk out loud and process in
I
real
think
time.
having a conversation where we process the One Piece is a better idea.
Yeah. And so when we're doing the week off, and this person asked G8 during the week off, and hell's yeah, drop.
Oh yeah,
dude,
let's do it.
We got to do that.
You have to finally see it.
This person, do you read a hard copy or a digital copy? I read 2 digital copies. So I read both the color version and the non-colored version. I read the non-colored version first. But the colored version I'm reading, they like their swear words.
It is a fan translation at this point, yeah.
But it still follows the Japanese parts way better, and it has all of the proper Japanese forewords that they have in their manga. So I get to find out things that I otherwise don't know. And that is so good. Feel the trauma twice. Yes, that's right. Thank you for understanding, Unguarded. I do need to feel the trauma twice.
Speaking of something fun about the Japanese version, I saw a comment that I didn't know that's important to note, that when Dofi in this bit here says, I'm in the business of smiles now, smiles is still said smiles. It's said like smairu in Japanese.
Oh, thank you for the subscription. That's interesting. What did I call him the other day? I decided to call him.
Wow, you called him a lot of stuff. I was just working on some edits for the Marineford VOD recently, and you've called him Don Flamingo, you've called him Don Fuckface, you've called him the Bird.
The Doofus Mingo. Yeah, I think I like him to be called Don Flamingo. Oh, that's what I've decided. Because I like Dope Flamingo. I like him to be Homer Simpson-y as a way of me unironically saying to him, that's how I feel about you.
Are we allowed Are we allowed to immediately sidetrack so that I can tell you a really dumb fact about Don Quixote?
Okay.
Don Quixote accidentally popularized fan fiction, and people were writing their own like submit to newspapers stories as sequels because of how popular it was, and the author hated them so much that the sequel was largely, not entirely, but a lot of the sequel was about Don Quixote running around beating up people who wrote shitty fan fiction about him and correcting them about his character.
That's freaking awesome. Thank you for that sidetrack. While we're on sidetracks, let's keep this in. So if you've never noticed before, every time Drock puts out an announcement in the community, I go on as Mama Drock and I chit-chat to people because I loves it.
Yeah.
It's because this area here and the area inside of our Discord is awesome. And then the only other place that I get to, that's right, Pot War. Thank you, Haberfax. You saw the pot. Did you also see that you stole? Like, we had 29 comments. I came back on and we only had 9. YouTube just deleted 20 comments early in the day. It was weird. Anyway, I like using that place as a place to talk to fans and be a bit a tiny bit goofy. Not that I'm ever goofy. I'm a very serious person. But if I was.
Of course.
What is it called? Did I say it's called TBQ?
Do Gracia. I didn't do my warm-ups today, so people have suggested so that I can do a face that looks human that I do some warm-ups on stream. So I'm just doing warm-ups. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So the only place that I can talk to fans directly is inside of those community things. So from now on, we've decided to treat it like our own SBS. And SBS meant... what does it mean?
Dude, you said some Japanese words yesterday, and you're expecting me to remember what you said over a garbled phone connection last night in Japanese?
Yes.
No.
It means Shutsoman Wubushu Saru, which translates...
I misread it. Okay.
So, Shitsomun wo Boshu Sura means I'm taking questions. So we've decided to call the community, yes, I'm taking questions. Thanks, Yeti. We've decided to take the thing where Drock announces in the community what chapter we're going to be streaming here, and we're going to call it the ITQ, I'm taking questions. And it's a place that people can ask me questions and I'll come in. Sometimes I might be cheeky and just answer you with cheeky crap, but sometimes I might be like Oda is and just answer you some stuff. So if you have interesting questions in the meantime, or you just want to have fun, that is what we are calling our community announcements, ITQs. I'm taking questions. And that's all.
Yeah. Something I wanted to say quickly because people were talking about this is a spoiler for a future character. Guys, I need to tell you, I have requested, I need everyone to pay lots of attention when the Marineford video comes out. I need everyone to pay so much attention to the top 5 because first of all, Lav has done an incredible job. Me, Lav, and Cricket are all teaming up to all put in our effort and do the best we can to make the Marineford video a combination of all of our efforts. And I need everybody to pay such close attention to the top 5 because I have forced the world's dumbest joke into it. While on call with a very high Lav, I was like, yo, what if you did this and forced them to include a really dumb joke that I need some people to catch? Some people need to catch the incredibly dumb joke. So when the Marineford video's up, you have to pay close attention to the top 5 for the very dumbest joke.
And then he says he's going to drag me backwards and make me look at it. Thank you for subscribing and make me look at it in 400 chapters.
Yeah.
And show his not even brilliance, just lameness, he says.
The incredibly bad dumb joke. If you miss it, that's okay, because I just need someone to notice it.
Person whose name is Mary who asked a question about won't that mess up my algorithm. In my regular YouTube life, I use my regular name. And then in my and then only for the I'm taking questions corner and announcements do I use Mama Drock. And then I go in and I talk to people because I just like talking to people in there. So I don't actually Mama Drock on YouTube unless I'm talking directly to you guys. I have watched that ending a bunch of times.
No, this is a new video. This is a new video.
No, I'm talking about the old one.
Oh, the
Sabayoti. I've watched the ending a whole bunch of times.
Shaboti or something, but fuck it.
Shaboti. And I love it. It's amazing. I love it.
Lav did such a good job in the top 5 for that.
Okay. Should we get started?
Well, before that, someone's asking when we're talking about Blackbeard, and do you want to do that next week? Because I think today on a phone call we kind of punched out the last of the details of what I want to talk about. So I think
yeah, we did.
Yeah. All right.
And I'm going to bring in some philosophy now. So I've done a little philosophy deep dive into some of the ideas we were talking about, and I did some other things. So we'll bring in those ideas, and I think it'll be really fun because it'll be one of those opportunities where you and I get to talk without kind of like you'll know more about him and his futureness, but we still get to talk more openly, and I'm kind of excited about that.
And I'm going to withhold any future knowledge from being part of the conversation.
I really hope so.
But honestly, I think your read of the character is good enough that future information only supports the ideas you've come up with and added to it. So yeah, we're good. We're golden.
We are gold. I'm pretty stoked actually about the Blackbeard talk. Okay. Let's get into this shit. Let's do it. Let's do this thing.
Let's just jump into it.
You know what? I think we should just One Piece it. Dun, 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 One Piece. Here we go.
Hey, what was that though?
So.
Yeah? Wait, no. Yeah?
That was my new One Piece song. Do you like it?
Fucking great. All right, let's get into it.
Okay, I like that whoa, thank you for all of those gifting subs. Crazy.
I think I'm doing lineless again.
Above. You pardon?
I think I'm doing lineless again. Anyways, let's go.
No, I want lines. I like lines.
What? We did lineless last time and you liked it.
I loved it, but I want lines this time. They're great.
Fucking shit. I think it'll look better without lines.
Maybe the people in the background, but I want the front people to have a line.
Oh my god. Fucking, I'll do what I'm doing. You keep going.
Oh god, I love this. Okay. I like that we started right from the point of looking at all the people because they're like celebrating all over the place about this win that's taking place. And I'm like, tell me a win. That isn't a win, you dumbasses. And then we immediately get to see the burden of a new pirate era falls on their shoulders. We have witnessed this historic event with keen interest. They stand and watch the dust settle upon Marineford. It's finally over. And so it's really interesting because all the people who are our top pirates that we have already been fooling say that they can all feel the coming of a new era of bloodthirst on the surface of their skin. Let's just take a moment. I know there's a time when every author writes lines that they're like, God damn, that's a good line. And this here, I guarantee after Oda wrote this, and I hope it's very similar in Japanese, that he was like, damn, that was good. I love this idea of being able to feel something coming towards you on the surface of your skin because it talks about that concept of how we are capable of knowing things at a deeper level than we know. The way that my nation would fight and having long hair helped to be part of another sense that the hair itself could feel danger. So I loved that.
Which is so funny because apparently some groups shave their head for the exact same reason. But I guess both of them have a way of giving a different sort of sensitivity.
Yeah. But I think it's really, a bald head would also have different information, but it said that a lot of the people who are Anishinaabe like to have long hair because it allowed them to have senses that reached out further and were able to notice things at a deeper level.
Guys,
what?
Someone's saying you did lineless already. Now do colorless and use lines for shading, like One Piece, which means hatchwork. I'm shit at hatching. I'm not hatching. We are not doing hatchwork. I'm not learning hatchwork today. I'm willing to learn lineless art. I'm not willing to learn hatching on stream. Fucking.
I think you learn to hatch right out in the open, right in front of people.
The Air Nomads were based off of it, but I have heard that certain martial artists did the shaved head thing because it was a greater sensitivity. That is a thing I've been told.
I love that. But also,
I'm about to be bullied into learning hatching on stream. You know what? I'll try, and if it looks shit, I'll delete it. That's what I'll do.
My God, are you really going to do hatching on screen right now?
I'll fucking do what I want.
Wow. In front of everyone.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Let's make it up. The fuck it, we ball attitude. We're changing how we're doing this entirely right as we go. I've been bullied into changing it. My art.
If you don't like it, you can change it.
Yeah, let's go. Monochromatic is cool, but I have a better idea.
The person who I tried to like and I don't like.
Kid?
Yeah, I don't like him.
I really want to.
I just don't.
Yeah.
I really do too. Because I really see him as being like one of these nasty ass characters that I could really sink my teeth into, but all I want to do is sink my teeth into him and kill him. And that's different. It's a very different vibe. Yeah, there's a difference. I don't know if you can feel it, but it's different. So I don't. But I like that he's announcing a turbulent new era. And I like how some people understood immediately that Whitebeard being dead was going to cause problems. But then other people who were in the Navy were like, I want to be the kind of sailor that gets summoned to the headquarters. Good for you, Craig. I'm glad you want to. That's nice that you want to run towards the death. But then right away, exactly what I said, Blackbeard causes power vacuums. And then Oda says that. Oda literally right in the comics says the thing that I said. So I got there earlier. I will say,
however, you had read this when we did that video. This one's not as impressive as the other one.
No, except for I didn't even remember reading it literally until.
Yeah, but there's just a chance of it being in your subconscious.
Today. So I think there was subliminal messaging. But I was like, goddamn, yeah, his whole character is this way because now there is huge power structures of emptiness all over the world, and people are going to be coming in behind to fill in the Whitebeard lookover, like Brownbeard. who is just bleh, and who I do love that my third favorite high-ranked pirate was like, your name is stupid and I see death for you. And I was
I love Hawkins is dunking on this dude. Like, what a dumbass name, get wrecked.
Your name is stupid and you're gonna die today. Like, that's an amazing thing to say. So I think that the beginning and finding out that, of course, my great girl Hancock is letting them come over to Amazon Lily. How awesome is that? Because that is a place that they would never think to look for him. And so it's amazing to see all the people coming together to save Luffy in the very beginning. And we get to see the power structures that are failing and all the things that are going to need to be filled and all the problems that are happening. And I really felt like this was this buildup of freaking hell that Oda was like, yeah, now that the war is over, the real war begins. Because when red-haired Shanks is like, this war is over, I'm like, is it? Red hair? Because I feel like the real war is actually just begun.
Is it over?
And I'm wondering,
sort of?
Well, the battle is over, but the war has begun.
Yeah.
And I think that's why you can call it Marineford a war, but it is a battle and war beginner. It is the supposed, shot into Archduke Ferdinand, even though, let's be honest, that's not where the war started, but it isn't where this started. But when you're learning...
Okay. I genuinely like the way it's taught now, which is that is the lit match and all of the political structures were gunpowder.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the same as this moment. Yeah, because true. Marineford and the things that happen only happened because of all of the freaking gunpowder that occurred before, and this was the whole lit match.
The world was set in danger.
Spoiler.
Whitebeard was kind of keeping the peace of the world. Well, and I think it's exactly what you were talking about of why would they destabilize the pillars, and the reason was that Sengoku thought he could control the image of the war enough to demotivate pirates worldwide, so it didn't matter that things were knocked out of balance. And Buggy made sure that literally the opposite happened.
Exactly, which is perfect. Couldn't have happened better for us. Well done, Buggy, you big weirdo. Anyway, so I think that what this battle did is it was the Archduke Ferdinand kind of moment, even though that person said, way to go, World War I spoilers.
I haven't reached that part of the manga yet, someone said. Guys, if you haven't reached the death of Franz Ferdinand, you're not reading the manga very quickly at all. I'm just saying. That's chapter 2.
Chapter 2, dude. Chapter 2. And so it was really, really interesting to see all the power structures falling apart. But more important for me was to see the people who then had personal problems after the war, like a conscious of being, and am I doing the right thing? And maybe I should leave, and I think that I have to retire, and all the different people who kind of went through it when the war ended.
Nothing kills me in this section more than Garp talking to Dadan.
Yeah. That when we get to that, like that was hard. That was rough, man.
Oh.
How is Magellan? He's been beaten terribly. He's near death. If the medics aren't giving him intensive treatment right now. That whole thing where he says, don't let him do anything stupid like that when he talks about taking his own life. And they find out about Section 6 being in complete shambles. We need to remember to come back to this exact time when we're talking about Blackbeard, because it really helps to kind of put on a pedestal the things that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
But I like that the world government finds out not only did Marineford go the way that it went, because they weren't there for Impel Down, and I forgot that they didn't know the extent to which Impel Down went through the ringer. Not only did you not get what you needed, you got the opposite of what you were hoping for in Marineford. Impel Down has been seriously shaken up. And then when
it's also
Sengoku finds out.
Well, it's also wild to see when they talk about Magellan that, like, after getting dunked on him once, Blackbeard definitely didn't not take that guy seriously on the way out, and he didn't just, like, run away. He fucked shit up as he left.
Exactly. And I really liked it because I liked that Sengoku has to go through a crisis of being when he finds out there are all these people released into the world who can literally cause some of the greatest grievances that they've seen in generations because they're all out together now. Whereas before, people have been put into prison at different times, so very few times were all of these people there together, and now they are. And what does the government say? The government says, shut your goddamn mouth. We're not going to let people know because they'll lose confidence. That for Sengoku, when he goes, that's absurd, and he screams, you can see that his anger comes from a place of, I am fighting on the side of people who aren't even going to warn other people within the Navy, let alone citizens, about how incredibly messed up the world is now and what danger they're in. So to find out that the people whose side you're on, the people who you fight for and you lead, are going to put people at such risk must have been an absolute mind killer. An absolute fear is a mind killer. An absolute mind killer, because he has to go into this now knowing, like, I have fought so hard. I ended up doing the exact opposite of what I wanted to do because there were so many chaotic pieces. And on top of it, the government is going to allow people to be in the most danger ever. They're going to allow the Navy to be in the most danger ever, all to save face. And so this made me think of the idea of the Japanese need to save face, and how Oda is kind of like outing it in public and showing how saving face can override what actually needs to be done for the good of citizens. And so that goes along with my theory about getting to look at World War II. Do not let me forget that when we talk about that. Not right now.
Okay. I will do my best to not let you forget that when we talk about that.
Okay. Hesso potato.
Hesso potato.
You say potato and I say potato.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
moving on.
irony is that Sengoku's too much of a true believer in the world government's justice to remain in line with the world government, because he honestly believes it more than the government does. I think that's such a good read. It's also why he thinks annihilating pirates from the world was a good thing, even though all he did was destabilize the world by killing one of the good pirates who actually was holding things together and keeping bloodlust at bay.
Massively together. So you had your 4 key players in the pirate world. You decide to choose to take a battle with them because you think that's the right direction to go in order to get
one of the best of them, one of the peaceful ones who's
one
keeping
of the
world
highest, most peaceful, most caring, most thoughtful for his crew, also most thoughtful in the world. And you have to wonder, if you're Sengoku, what the hell you were thinking when you had someone that you actually knew protect citizens all over the world better, in my opinion, than many of the goddamn government people and the Navy. And you create a vacuum. You know you're going to create a vacuum in some way on this. And you have many communities that can't be reached by the Navy. And that's the whole idea of it takes the world's cooperation to keep people safe. Whitebeard was part of that system who you legitimately knew that for. And that's why he was one of the 4 in the 3 pillars. And you created a freaking vacuum of power, and now sucking into every one of the places that Whitebeard was protecting. You have pirates coming in to decimate quiet, helpful, sweet villages of people. Some of them not so sweet.
And the reason he thinks it was justified is because in his mind, order or peace can only come through order. Order is to be part of the world government. And Whitebeard made the crime of being a source of power that was not in line with the world government. He was a criminal by disobedience alone. Like, no action he took was needed because he was waving a flag that was not the world government. So he sees this motivating symbol of power for piracy worldwide and says, killing this to demotivate piracy is a greater good. And when he wants to own up to his failure that it wasn't, he's not allowed because it'll embarrass the government that he made a mistake.
Which is the same thing that happened with Smoker and that whole section as well, but just at a larger level.
Exactly.
And it's also really interesting because somebody said, well, maybe he felt the government could fall into those positions. But I don't think that he felt like the government could fall into the positions of protecting all of those villages and all of those places, because they can't even protect the areas they're in, which is why they need the 7 pirates and the 4 main dudes, because without them, you don't have a protection globally.
Although they have some lines in here that indicate they think that the pacifistas are enough to give them more power in the world, so he could think the pacifistas were going to fill in for Whitebeard.
And the whole pacifista thing is like, we'll get into it a little bit here. But it kicks my ass because I keep going like, okay, what do they have over Kuma? What are they holding over him? What's his backstory? That one's going to suck. I'm not looking forward to it. But then I remembered that Kuma also had, thank you for your subscription, Kuma also had like a crazy amount of adoration for Dr. Vegapunk. And I'm like, why? From everything I've seen, he's a shithead who actually caused a lot of problems and has created weapons and learned to give inanimate things and other things devil fruit. I'm not thinking that's great. But then when we went back and saw Frankie, and Frankie was looking at some of his inventions, and we discover that Dr. Vegapunk is definitely trying to make things better for humans, I started to wonder, what side is Dr. Vegapunk actually on? And is there a reason that Kuma is allowing himself to be taken? Could it be because of faith he has in Dr. Vegapunk, and that Dr. Vegapunk is going to be somebody who's actually working on the side of the rebellion, and you just have to look, for all intents purposes, like you're working on behalf of the government in order to get the things that you need to create a greater good for people? Is this another greater good moment? And that could have been one of the reasons that he sacrificed himself. Is it going to be like, there used to be a commercial when I was a kid, or a Saturday Night Live, when they talked about this car company that was coming out, and it was a combination of German and Japanese engineering, and they worked together. And a bunch of people made jokes about how one day they would lock the doors and drive everybody into the ocean and kill them. And at the time, given where we were at, it was hilarious. And it started to make me think about the pacifistas. If they're being made by Dr. Vegapunk, is it possible that he agreed to do this under the idea that one day the pacifistas will actually turn on the government and Dr. Vegapunk could be a rebellion leader? And don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily think that's true. I'm just thinking that when I start to think about, like, where are we going to, and why would Kuma actually give himself up like this and allow his humanity to be taken away from him? Because that's what's occurring here, which is why I think he also carries this religious book. In order for that to work, and him to remember his own humanity, I wonder whether or not he gave permission to Dr. Vegapunk because he knows that eventually it'll end up being for the greater good and he will have more of him to fight for the good side. I do not know if this would ever be true, but it's something that I think is interesting and could perhaps be a direction. The other idea is that the government, I mean, if you're thinking about another reason why he would do it, the other reasons are obvious. They either have something on him and he's agreeing to it, or they are trying to hurt someone or some things that are important to him, and that's why he's agreed to do it. So it's a hard call, right? But I do love the idea of, since we are learning about Dr. Vegapunk and some of his failed things occurred, and he was trying to bring warmth through all of his people and all these different things, you have to start to wonder why Kuma is singing his praises in the midst of knowing that his humanity is being stolen from him, right? Because we're watching him say, I won't be the same person. You and I will never see each other again. And then in here, we go through a part of the story where suddenly he says to Rayleigh, when he sees Rayleigh again, I am a member of the rebellion. I am a leader of the rebellion. So he still sees himself as that thing when he's talking to Rayleigh. And that's really important to note. I want to make sure the Straw Hats are safe. So if he still sees himself as a member of the rebellion, then I have to ask, why then does he have faith in Dr. Vegapunk? And perhaps we should. Perhaps it's a note to self that we can trust somebody who's covert. I don't know. Could be.
All right. I think you're asking the right questions, whether or not you know what to do with them. Someone wanted to know your thoughts on us finding out the name of the fourth emperor, Big Mom.
Big Mom? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we call people Big Mama? Do we?
No, it's not Big Mama. It's Big Mom. Very specific. Don't add an extra syllable there.
I'm giving her my A as a little handout that she should be grateful for. I feel like, I'm looking forward to meeting her, and I hope she's not big.
Immediately, first of all, she's big. It's in the name. You know two things about her. She's big and she's mom.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes we call people tiny who are monsters.
No, second of all, I must preface, here's how you know she's an unstoppable force in the world, right?
Yeah.
Here's how you know she has to be the most dangerous creature to exist on this fucking planet. She's a mom, and she's alive, and it's One Piece.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about
She's
that.
a mom who survived One Piece.
She is a mom who survived the killing of Oda. Oda is personally out there on his own quest of mom decimation, and somehow she's at the top. You make a good point.
How strong do you have to be to survive as a mom in this series?
You got to be a goddamn legend. Because Oda...
No. Adoptive moms are allowed to live. You guys are pointing out Dadan. The only way to live is to be an adoptive mom like Kureha or Dadan. Or, yeah, be a grandmother by the time the series catches you. If by the time the series catches you, your title is grandma, then it's okay that your daughters just die. You just can't live.
Yeah, but sometimes the daughters live too. Yeah.
But all I'm saying
is... But you cannot...
We don't see Kokoro's daughter.
You cannot just be a mom. Is what we have discovered.
Look, I'm not saying adoptive moms are immortal. Bellamere died, obviously. I'm just saying you can survive. Biological moms, you don't survive.
Yeah. Okay. So, this. Guys,
stop trying to poke holes in my great joke.
Listen to this. When I read this page, and it is page 5 of 21 in chapter 582. I was not your friend.
Which one is this?
You and I were enemies. You just didn't know it because you weren't around to find out that I enemied you.
Okay. What happened?
I unenemied you now, just so you know.
Why were we enemies?
That's when Luffy woke up and screams, "Ah! Where are you?" I did not like you anymore. I was so unimpressed. Hey, Mama, do you want to read this story? It's a great story. Won't rip your heart out at all. I'm looking at this page right now, and I want to cry again right now. It is decimating. This was a decimating.
This Luffy.
Yeah, decimating when he wakes up that way. Can we get a prediction on how many kids Big Mom has? Oh God, I see Big Mom as kind of a whitebeard moment, but we'll see.
Look, the name says it all.
She's big and she's a mom?
Yeah.
You're right. I didn't consider that.
I honestly really like Big Mom. It is unironically one of my favorite characters, and I'm so excited to get there far in the future.
Who I want to really know who they are is the goddamned bowler hat person who Flamingo was talking to. That's what I want to know. Every time I do it, you think it's funny.
It's very
And you know
silly.
what's good about that? Because every day that makes Flamingo a little less scary and a little more Homer.
If we reach a point where he's in the story more, you are going to give up on that name just from how often you're going to have to say it. Like, you can't say something like that often and keep up with it. That's impossible.
Well, I want to say something else, but I can't because and somebody can, whoever edits this one can take it out later. What I want to call him is Fuckface Flamingo.
I think
that's what I want to call him.
If I'm not mistaken, because Lav hasn't done one since Shabaudi.
Shabaudi? Okay, so Lav, you can take it out later. But what I really want to call him is Fuckface Flamingo, and I can't say that, so I'm gonna have to come up with something.
You're allowed to curse a little bit. I think we're allowed to keep Fuckface Flamingo. The problem is, if there's ever a story arc where he's more prevalent, we definitely can't call him that because we'll be saying it far too often.
Exactly. So I got to come up with a better name, and it can't be Dope Flamingo all the time, and it can't be Fuckface Flamingo, but it can be called the Fecker. The Fecker. The Fecker. You know what? Why don't I think of just calling him the Fecker?
I don't know why you would, but you're welcome to. Let's go.
Mingo.
Let's keep going.
All right, we're moving on. Oda did an unreasonably good job on creating panel after panel where there's almost no words and just all Luffy in agony. he did so much in that. If you're talking about a picture says 1,000 words, he absolutely nailed that in his panels of Luffy's grief. He realized exactly like I was wondering if he would, that you can't make things as powerful as they need to be when you're trying to show grief in words. It's really hard, right? Yes, exactly.
And I think it's an advantage manga has over a book. I've never read a book where grief felt right, but these chapters of One Piece actually, better than anything I've read, capture grief.
I have unironically, and I mean this for real, read one book where I thought that the author did a phenomenal job of showing how deeply depressed a person was. And
I know what you're going to say.
Vampire story.
I know what you're going to say.
And some vampires.
I read it.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I read it as a teen out of curiosity, and you are actually right that Stephanie Meyer deciding in the second Twilight book to not write for like 8 pages in a row was actually a better way of showing grief than I've seen any other author do. And I say this, I didn't like the books that much. I don't think they're very good. No, but that was brilliant.
No, it was brilliant. And she didn't put months on them or seasons or something. And when I read that, I was like, whoa, you did that right. That is a really well done way of showing grief, because you knew that you couldn't just be like, I'm so sad. It's almost impossible to show people or to tell people how sad you are, whether you like it or not. Mm-hmm. Whereas Oda did the exact same thing that Stephanie Meyer did with her pages of nothing.
I'm glad chat is with us. There's so many people in chat being like, yeah, I didn't love the book either, but that was honestly brilliant.
But that was brilliant. And it was like 4 months. That's right. Yeah. And it was really well done because it actually did show what depression looks like. And this here is another time that I said, like, yeah, the author did a really good job of showing depression and all of its subtleties, because they were able to show the tension in Luffy's body, the breaking of his face, the way that he's trying to hold it in rage by creating fists, not noticing that his own body is in all this hell. And they actually show, and then just finally breaking and pressing his hands into both sides of his head and screaming up into the sky. That is how you show depression. And it is 3 pages of nothing but, nope, I lied. It is 4 pages of nothing but Luffy coming to terms with remembering what occurs to Ace and Pet the Boy and going through all of this different crap. And so I thought here, like, you exactly nailed this. Just starting by talking about it wouldn't have done it. And I think this was brilliant. And then for him to come out of it and have old Jim there, I was so grateful that old Jim was there. Oh, so grateful. Because if it was going to be anyone, I really wanted it to be old Jim. Because old Jim had the right love and strength balance for Luffy, that he said to have him be there and to have Luffy confront it. And Luffy knows that old Jim and Ace spent time together too. So to have the two of them together and have old Jim decide that he's going to protect Luffy and he's going to protect his heart, I just think that's gorgeous. I couldn't have been happier with that decision. And then he just gave it to him straight. Yeah, he's dead. Ace is dead, isn't he? Yes, he's dead. It was so perfect. And then Luffy breaks again, but he breaks and spills tears. And that was amazing because they keep going back in time and showing in Luffy's childhood all the times that Ace tells Luffy not to cry and that he's a crybaby, and all the places that the two boys tell Luffy that he's a crybaby and not to cry. And then they keep showing the people that we really admire for the way that they're able to use their strength and power, like Red Hair Shanks and Old Jim. Tell them that no, crying is important. Crying is the vehicle to refresh your body from this pain, and it's a way of paying tribute to those you've lost. And crying is so important. And Ace cried in Luffy's arms. So it was like at the end of Ace's life that he understood there are times you can't hold back the tears. The tears are the thing. The tears work the same way that the Twilight Empty chapters and these panels work. The tears say the things you actually can't say to express how deeply you feel something. and the tears release it and let everyone else know. And so it was amazing to see how deeply Luffy cried and how well old Jim just stood by him like, yeah, dude, that's what you do. That's what you do. And it was stunning. And then to move from him just breaking apart, boom, back to being with Garp, because we see Luffy crying and at his weakest, most vulnerable place. And as we're seeing that, we find out that Garp hated that part of Luffy, that human part, that need to cry. And we see Garp grabbing him by the cheek and dragging him through the forest because he needs to toughen up more because he's not getting tough. And so it was amazing to see the juxtaposition between Luffy as a young adult sinking into his tears and being supported in it, and having people that he admires and who are going to come to be role models to him supporting tears and supporting grieving. And then on the other hand, the way that he was raised and how his grandfather thought that because of his crying and other things that he wasn't strong enough and was taking him off to, how do you pronounce that chick's name? Dadon?
Dadon. Dadon, whatever.
Sure, okay. Dragging him off to Dadon. And I thought that was a really good juxtaposition. Really well done. Love that. Okay.
I want to say briefly, people are saying I'm glad I've learned to cry again. I don't know what it is, but like I don't never cry, but I struggle to cry in my adult life except for One Piece, and I'm actually grateful that I have this series to be able to cry sometimes, because I genuinely struggle to let myself get emotional. Something about this series makes me feel comfortable with it, and I'm really grateful to have this able to make me cry so easily. And it makes me cry so fucking easily. Genuinely, there are scenes I think about and start to cry, not even having to watch or say anything.
Yeah. If I talked to you about the Mary, tears get in your eyes. And you told me there's a scene. Oh, excuse me. You told me there's a scene that you sometimes listen to when you just need to get in touch with your feelings.
Yep, there is.
And I love that. Your papa was like that, eh?
No. Nana was the one that barely ever cried. But Papa cried at fucking every movie in the world.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Your papa didn't cry about real life things.
Oh, yeah.
He only cried about things in movies.
For me, most movies don't even do it for me anymore. It's just One Piece. One Piece is the special thing that makes me cry easily.
Yep. Okay, go drink some tea, Mama. Yeah, I'm so tired of this cough. I'm so exhausted by it. Okay. But now that I've given it to Papa Drog, now I have somebody who can also sit beside me and say, I hate this effing cough. And you know what? It's almost worth it now.
Oh my God. There is something...
We share it as
really
a married couple.
Cathartic about getting someone sick.
You're not wrong, but we're not supposed to say it out loud.
You basically already did.
Yeah, but I'm evil.
All right, we good to go?
No, I had to turn off my mic and have the greatest cough in the history of coughs.
Something else I wanted to say is... no, I'm going to wait until we actually get into the backstory to talk about
Will you remember
something I love about Ace. I'm going to try and bookmarking it. Mental bookmark, think about Ace when we get into the backstory.
Something you love about Ace. I'm going to ask you later. Let's go. Okay, here we go.
You were saying how Oda, actually, this is really quick. You were saying how Oda would have really loved that line when he said that people could feel on their skin an era of bloodlust coming, because he would have known he wrote something great. I actually heard in an interview that when he wrote that, his pen literally caught fire from how hot that line was.
Did you really?
No, that's a joke.
Okay, well, I don't care. I'm going to say yes. That's amazing. I love that.
I thought it was a funny joke.
John Green has a line like that too, and somebody asked him in a thing I saw where they were like, do you think great authors, when they write incredible lines, know, oh, you got to pet the boy and give him a treat at the same time?
I did it.
And kisses on your face.
Oh, now go to boy.
And it was really funny because John Green said, when he was answering, when he said, do you think great authors know when they've written an incredible line? And he said, I don't know. But there is a line I wrote, and I can tell you where I was and what I was doing when I came up with a line for myself. best line for this book. And I read it and I was like, God damn, that is maybe one of the best lines ever. And he said, so yes, I know. I know when I made one of my greatest lines of all time.
Dude, I had one of my best experiences as a writer recently because I'm doing
Yeah,
workshop courses.
falling asleep slowly and then all at once. Falling in love is like falling asleep slowly, or falling asleep first slowly and then all at once.
It's really good.
I was like,
I had such a good experience as a writer like yesterday because there is a girl in my class who is so good at writing. She wrote the only story I've ever not critiqued. I was supposed to critique it and I was just like, I literally, anything I do is a lie to make myself feel like I'm helping. This is perfect. Don't change it. Send it to editors, send it to publishers, get this done. Like, this is incredible. And I wish the line I used was, I wish I'd gotten to read this as a reader, not as a writer, because if I didn't have to go in trying to critique it, I feel like I would have just read one of my favorite stories in my entire life, and I have lost that experience by having to read it as a writer first. And I volunteered to go into workshop the same week she did, and she just sent her feedback letter for the story I just wrote, and the line that I loved most in the story she called out as loving, and I was like, oh, fuck yeah, that's the best confirmation.
That's amazing. Did you feel awesome?
Oh yeah, I felt really awesome. She's incredible. So compliment from her means like double normal compliment.
The line from John Green is as follows, because a bunch of people don't know it. I fell in love the way you fall asleep, slowly, then all at once.
That's very good.
It's just such a good line. He's not wrong. And it's true. I think that is an absolute truth.
Unguarded Shark says, same with me and my Shingle Ladies joke. So true, Unguarded Shark.
You know what? Your Shingle Ladies joke was phenomenal. As a woman who is currently experiencing shingles, I'm here for it. And that's saying something because I'm not here for a lot of shit right now. I'm feeling shingled out.
That's pretty good.
That was good enough that I gave myself a mocha sip. That's right, a mocha. Boo, you're wrong. Here we go. Portgas D-Ace 10 years ago. The moment where Luffy and Ace meet each other for the first time was not what I was expecting, but I was wrong. It was phenomenal. And I loved it with all my heart and all my soul. It was like, and I love that Luffy comes in and immediately goes, I hate bandits. Because of all of his time with the bandits down there.
Higuma literally tried to fucking murder him.
Yeah, exactly. So he thinks about all the thing and he's like, ugh, I hate bandits. I can't believe I've been brought up. Shut up, Brett. You realize how much trouble I'm going through because of you? If you don't like it here, that's fine with me. Leave. Go die somewhere. And then take it easy, boss. It was actually amazing to see this whole arc between Luffy and Ace. And I love that we go through the thing, but I'm like, why is he doing this? And then it goes back into the beginning and it shows Luffy talking to Red Hair Shanks. He made you look like a weakling. Why didn't you fight him? He just got some grog on me. There's no needless killing doesn't make you a man. So it was amazing to me when we were reminded what Luffy learnt from Red Hair Shanks and that he was willing to put himself in front of Ace over and over again, beat up, allow himself to get hurt, allow himself to be humiliated day in, day out, over and over. And you're like, why are you going through this? And we find the gray area where we've got the garbage dump and all the people and the refuse that nobody wants, filled with crime and disease, and how awful it is. And you're like, God damn, Luffy, what are you doing? And then finally Ace is like, sitting there and he's like, why won't you just give up on it? And Luffy's like, because you're all that I have.
Ugh.
And I was like, oh, okay. There's a new part to hurt. I didn't know I had places left to hurt.
As
it was so raw. It was so raw. And to show all the things that Luffy was willing to go through because Luffy realized as a child, this person is going to have to love me and care for me because he is all that I have. So whether he likes it or not, we will be friends. Oh.
You can see him becoming the man he's gonna have to be, and having this persistence to find someone he sees as worthwhile and make them like him.
Yeah, oh my god, I love that point. That's an amazing one, Druck, because you really can see the buildup of how he is like, that's okay. I will work and work and work, and you will learn to like me, and you will be here, and we will be together. That's amazing. Yeah, I love that idea. Sabo. Love that little bastard, and I'm going to love him in the future because he's not dead. You could put it down as a prediction. Anyone who thought Sabo was dead.
You think
Sabo
Mr.
Is
Sabo's not dead?
Sabo's not dead.
I need to be honest. I have literally not had a whether it's with someone reading who I'm reading vicariously through a series or a friend, I have not had a single person reach Sabo's death and be like, yeah, I believe he's dead. Not a one. Not a single one have I seen believe him to be dead.
Body. You know what, Ollie? You betcha. No body, no death. I'm
saying it this confidently. You don't get to make a prediction about this because literally I haven't met a single person who thought he was dead.
Okay, well then my prediction is that not only is he not dead, but he works for the rebellion and he's under Dragon's wing.
There you go. That's a prediction I'll count. I'm not, he's alive doesn't count as a prediction.
That's fine.
Yeah.
He works for the rebellion. He's under Dragon's wing. He was able to study everything that he needed to study in order to become a phenomenal navigator. And that is true. And nobody can convince me otherwise.
All right. Something about Sabo.
I love Sabo. I love that dude.
Have you re-examined thinking about Ace's tattoo now that you've seen the backstory?
Am I pardon?
Have you thought about Ace's tattoo that is his name with the S crossed out since this backstory? Because there's a popular theory that it wasn't actually him trying to spell his name, getting it wrong and crossing it out. It was meant to be a sign of you can only rely on yourself. That was going to be ASL and then crossing out the S to just do Ace.
I don't think so.
Okay. You think it was just him misspelling his name to the tattoo artist?
Yeah, I think it's bullshit because here's why. Like it would be a thing that I would love. You know how I love that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason I don't think so is because by the time that Ace left,
apparently the S with this X through it was Sabo's flag as well, which is why there's evidence for it.
That would be more like an S with an X through it would just be tribute to Sabo, that he did that for Sabo and then put a C underneath.
All right.
Because in my opinion,
it's confirmed it's for Sabo, apparently. I haven't seen a source though, so actually I'm not just going to trust what the
that says. It would be for Sabo.
Yeah.
That it would be to memorialize Sabo. And that would be amazing. Because Ace finds out that there are two people who just love him for who he is here. And it is Sabo and it is Luffy. And those are two people he would never give up on.
That's fair.
Every time he sees Luffy, he's like, all about, I'm worried about my younger brother. And every time he's with him, he's like, I'm going to toughen you up because there's no way in hell I'm going to allow you to be taken advantage of or hurt. So no, I would never say that. Ace died with Luffy and Sabo deep inside of his heart. Not in his tummy, I'll tell you that.
Okay, guys, we're getting into the other theory that the tattoo that spells out Ace was a bunch of people he knows, and the C is for Crybaby, and the E is for Edward Newgate. But I'm almost certain that the Ace novel, which was approved by Oda, has him have the tattoo before he met Whitebeard. So I think that one's actually just debunked.
Ew, I don't like that theory at all.
Okay.
Terrible. I don't remember what I was going to say, and it was so good. It was maybe the best thing I was ever going to say, ever. We'll never know.
We lost the best thing ever. I have to go do push-ups. I'll be back to hear the best thing ever. What do you remember?
No, I won't remember. It's gone for life. It's gone forever. Oh, I remember. I wonder if I should say it now before I forget it. And then Drock just doesn't hear it.
Boy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Little guy. He's so cute. Well, I'm back.
I wasn't. I had to cough. Okay. So, unironically, I think the place that Luffy got the idea to do what he did was from Ace's crossed out S and his tribute to Sabo. Because later, when Luffy tattoos his arm with the thing that was gonna happen, crosses it out and puts a new thing underneath. You think it's what?
It's just written on, not a tattoo.
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
I
Luffy got that idea. Luffy 100% got that idea from what Ace did. And so there's certain things like that that are really, that I think are some of the most important things that an author can do. Because one of the things he does is Luffy decides to stab himself in the eye, which is asinine. But then when you think about the fact that the two people that he knew that were the toughest people to him were Garp and red-haired Shanks, of course he would stab himself in the eye, because the two people that he would see as the strongest both had scars on their eyes. So there's all sorts of things like that he does, including this, where Luffy writes something on his arm, crosses it off so it looks like a tattoo, and puts a thing underneath it that is the thing he wants his crew to notice. And the 3D too wide tattooed on me. You have that? That's amazing. And I think that it's really cool because Oda is doing this. It's in the details. Like, making somebody a rich, rounded character comes in details like that. And I was like, damn right, baby. Having that little thing connected to his brother as him being like, I know it might cause somebody to pay attention. And doing that, I was like, you rounded that bitch right out. That's what you did. Okay, Sabo is amazing. I love Sabo. I love that he chooses to leave the rat bastards inside of Goa in the town center as a aristocrat and comes out into the forest. I think that their friendship and looking at his childhood, I would never have predicted the type of childhood that Oda wrote for Luffy. I don't think I ever would have seen this as being a background that I would have thought of. And yet when I read it, I was like, I don't think there is a background that you could make that would more explain Luffy's character. When you have found family as a child who choose each other and create some of the deepest connections ever that you could ever have, and that found family becomes your deep, real, connected family, you can see the impact that that's going to have on Luffy and why he's going to grow up and feel this need to treat his found family as his family and have this ability to bond with people who you really match with. And this leaning into each other to create safety, to create love, to dream together, to make each other stronger. Sabo and Ace really are the same type of relationship that he ends up having with the Straw Hats, and that you can feel coming together more and more every day. So I didn't ever expect this, but it also, when you have Sabo, who's an aristocrat, and Luffy finds it out, and he realizes that doesn't change one rat's ass who Sabo is. It also, and when he learns to appreciate Dun, you're right, it does turn into the Pink Panther. When he learns to appreciate Dun, and she is a rebel leader, and when he learns Bandit, and all these other things that he finds in his childhood with these people, you can see how it totally influences the way that he acts in the world, and the way that he sees, like, it doesn't matter who you are or where you came from, what matters are your actions and what you end up doing. And so I really think that Oda was brilliant in choosing these friendships and bonds, and it was beautiful. And we see Luffy already making these choices about what friendship looks like. Luffy's little face when the person says, I might as well ask, today Ace stole some money from us and ran off with it. Do you know where it is? And then Luffy goes, nope, and whistles with his little mouth off to the side and his tiny little nose and big eyes. And he goes, what a terrible liar. And then he actually just beats the living shit out of Luffy with such a dangerous, horrifying weapon, and smashes him in his little face with these terrible gloves. And Luffy doesn't break. And Luffy stands against him with these spikes, and he screams, that hurt, I'm scared, help. Like, he's a baby, and he's completely scared and completely devastated. And yet he holds and he holds and he holds through all of this beating. And still didn't talk. And Ace was just mystified. How could he not be talking? I don't understand. This is absolutely ridiculous. And then we see a picture. Freaking tiny little Luffy is hanging off of a rope, hiccuping and bleeding and crying. And they're saying, this is just cruel. He's not even screaming anymore. He's not going to tell us anything. When Luffy gets rescued by Sabo and Ace gets so angry at him and is like, why didn't you? And we also see here, I want to remember, let's go, Ace. I never run away. Once I face off my enemies, I never run away. Ugh, damn it, Ace. That's what gets you in trouble.
Yeah, but maybe that's a problem you should have fixed, actually.
Maybe you actually should have run away, you dumbass. Anyways,
hey, dumb bitch, maybe fix this problem.
Yeah, this is a character flaw you need to work on. And then they say to him, you got a real bad habit, says Sabo. Ace, how can you refuse to run away when you're up against a real pirate? And then he tells them, I feel like I'll lose something. And then Luffy says, I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. And he's like, shut up. Don't be a crybaby. Why didn't you just tell them? You knew those guys would kill women and children. If I told them, I couldn't be your friend anymore. So he goes, don't you remember what I told you? Don't follow me all the way here. So what? It's better than dying. And he says, because I got nobody else. And yells it out. You see all of the beginnings of Luffy's life and who he becomes and why he becomes the way he is here. It is actually a perfect backstory. It is written, it is a choice that is the only acceptable backstory, to the point that I can't believe I didn't think about it, except for it came out of the depths of his imagination. Because it explains the only thing that explains who he is.
Every bit of Luffy.
Exactly.
I love who Luffy is. I wouldn't like him as much as I do if he weren't the way he is. But I wish that he wasn't the way he is, just so that he could go back to the Goa Kingdom, knock on Blue Jam's door, and be like, hey, motherfucker, want to go for round 2?
Okay, let's put that on the hopes list as something like that, too, because...
Bitch deserves to have Luffy kicking down his door.
Because I want to also see Luffy at the end of the story. I want to see him go to all the places where he wrote them an IOU treasure.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so... that'd be so good.
I think it would be amazing to watch Luffy do a little like worldwide tour of IOU treasure, because I've seen him write shit all over the place now, and I think that would be chef's kisses. Okay. And when Sabo decides, like, they all decide we can't live in the forest anymore, that's going to be a problem. People are coming after us. I like that he goes up. Hey, you're done, right? I'm Sabo. Sabo, what do I know? I hear you're that dirty little troublemaker. Oh, I heard you're a nasty old egg. Oh, Sabo, you sweet talker. You're an absolute cracker, Sabo.
I feel like he can be so diplomatic that you know that he just does that because, like, you're going to come at me, I'm going to come back.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have actually appreciated somebody who is like, oh, I'm sorry you feel that way about me. That wouldn't have worked.
No.
So him saying, oh, I heard you're a nasty old hag, that's probably the best direction for that. That's going to actually get you a little further into her heart, whether you know it or not.
Do you remember how when I was a teen, I was really obsessed with the Let's Play group, Let's Play, or Achievement Hunter? Well, Let's Play also, but one of the Achievement Hunters in the Funimation dub actually voices one of Dodon's henchmen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's kind of cute.
That's so cool. Wait a minute. People don't love Sabo?
We'll get to my complicated feelings on Sabo if he happens to be alive and we see him again. Yeah, it's Michael from Achievement Hunter. He voices Dogra of the Bandits.
I love Sabo.
I will get to my complicated feelings about Sabo when they are relevant.
You mean when we meet him again while he's working for Dragon?
Whoa. Who knows if he's still alive?
Do you know what I look forward to so much?
Mm-hmm.
Robin and Sabo connecting. That is going to be amazing. I hope that Robin and Sabo get along. If Robin and Sabo don't like each other, I'll be mad. That better happen. That better happen. That better happen.
Okay.
People, where did it come from? Yeah, let's take a look at this. Where did my feelings that he would work for Dragon come from? There's hard to say.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, okay, well, first of all, Dragon is within that area. We know that.
Oh, I'm
and
in the
then we
minority
read
on this poll. Okay.
Then we read this, and it is, I don't know what chapter, so bite me. It's a chapter.
There are, guys, I need to be clear, though, there are 3 different eras of my opinion of Sabo. Era 1, where we are currently in the story, I like him. I think he's great. He's a cute little guy.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Guys,
here we go.
I'm gonna be real. Yeah,
hey,
let's let you
am I gonna be allowed to say this part? Okay, so Dragon was in the bay when Sabo was shot at. Also, there's no body, so no body, not dead.
Not necessarily no body, not dead, but not certain.
You know what I mean? A little earlier on in the night, after the ship of the Celestial Dragon sailed into the port of the Kingdom of Goa, some kid said, "Did you see that thing today? The guy with the huge face? Yeah, look, the ship is huge too. 580, 581. I don't know what they're counting. I was trying to figure it out. I don't know. In certain section of the East Blue, in a little port town. You're late, Dragon. How long are you going to keep me waiting?" And then he says, "Sorry." And then somebody says, "Oh, hey, hurry up and get him some help. This is terrible." And then he goes on to talk. So in my opinion, that was the moment that the person on the ship saw Sabo and how absolutely decimated his body was and was like, "Oh my God, get him some help." So it's clear that Dragon was in the bay. He was still there at that night. I think they waited. They rescued Sabo. They brought him on the boat. That made Dragon late to the place that he was supposed to be. Yeah. And then when they got there, people were like, "Oh my God, oh no." So obviously, that's the area.
Guys, I'm not going to say what's up and what happens with Sabo. What I will... Actually, I can get into one of my complicated feelings because it came up at this point. There's I've already spoiled it a bit, but I don't care with this one because I felt certain as a reader when I first read. Again, I haven't talked to a single person who thought Sabo was dead. I have not spoken to a single human being who thought Sabo was dead, and if you did, that's great for you.
Somebody here did. They said they thought Sabo was dead.
Crazy. Insane to me. When I first read this, my thought was, okay, he's very clearly, certainly still alive. I don't even slightly believe he's dead. And it felt like Oda felt bad about killing a brother and was making up a new brother to give Luffy. And that's why I had complicated feelings about it. I felt like he was trying to come up with a new replacement Ace we were going to meet down the road that he was like storing for us to get later so that we didn't have to not have a cool Luffy brother.
That's interesting. That is not at all how I saw it.
I'm being made to do push-ups. That's how I read it. It felt like a replacement puppy. That's exactly what it was. That's why I had complicated feelings.
Here, wait, where are you going?
Let's go do push-ups. I'll be right back.
Don't do them. 2 seconds. It's too late. He took his ears out. All right, well, now I can't tell him this thing because he's gone. Gone, but not forgotten. How many of you do push-ups at the same time as Drock? You know what? You can't tell me. Why? You're doing push-ups right now. God dang it. All you push-up people.
I've been made to do push-ups.
Okay, here. Are your ears in yet?
Where's my earbud?
No. No.
There it is. All right, I'm back.
Are your ears in yet?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right.
2 things. Number 1, I really don't feel that way. I did when I first started to read it. I was like, screw you, Oda. Do you think you can replace Ace for me? Because you can bite my ass. Ace is irreplaceable. And then I started to read it and I thought, oh, thank you, Zero Knowledge. That's good to know. And then I started to read it and I thought, I'm completely wrong. I think Oda chose to have Sabo and put him in that section because he wanted Luffy to have somebody just as important to him as Ace was, who was in a different walk of life than Ace was. Because if Luffy had only been making friends with the common man and only seeing the good in people who were born poor or who were into piracy or whatever it may be, then there wouldn't have been a rounding of Luffy's backstory. Whereas when you have a Sabo who was born into an aristocratic family but chose to be good, I think that it allowed Luffy later on in his life to have things like a Vivi. Yes, but he met Vivi when he was older human. Sabo is his youth. And Sabo is his baby him.
This is why there's complicated feelings for me, because I fully agree that it does so much for Luffy's character that he makes this friendship with someone of the higher walk of life.
Yeah. What are you supposed to tell me?
It's so important. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you.
Tell Mama about the sake cups. I know that.
Oh yeah, we did. That Luffy, that Ace got killed by by a man named after the ceremony that he gave his brother through.
I hate it, but it's just more evidence when people tell me that I'm over reading into One Piece and I'm like pushing it over the top. Yeah, it's the same way that a bunch of people, because kids tell me all the time, a bunch of people think I'm faking it because some of my predictions are too spot on. All I think when I hear that is, yeah, baby, my predictions are spot on. But my predictions are also shit. There's tons of times when they're wrong.
He says a water Logie is still my favorite.
Yes, that was the exact opposite, which I love all the time. I think about that. All the time. But I'm not overreading. The shit this man plants inside of the story is unbelievable. Like this person just now said to me that in the 580, 581, the person who's lifting the rock while doing stand-ups might be Zoro. Then I looked at it and I was like, holy shit, that's Zoro's hair and face. I bet you if I paid attention to that in the colored version, it'd be green.
That's pretty cool. Which also tells you how fucking sad is it that Kuina died like a couple weeks before someone who can permanently change your gender rolled up on that island.
Oh, right. Oh.
Like right fucking before.
That's crushing. Holy shit, that's an ouch to the soul.
Yeah. Right? So here's something I want to get into. I saw some comments about how calling Oda Marxist is wrong because he's not. First of all, I've done some more reading since, and I think there's actually an argument that he might be, which I didn't used to agree with, but that's not what I want to get into. What I've been talking about previously is that I think the way Oda analyzes class is Marxist informed. And here's the reason I think Sabo gets into that for me. Sabo and Ace together get into that for me. And the reason for that is while people don't think this because Marx was used as an excuse by authoritarians to create a state that was incredibly anti-freedom, Marx's analysis came from the lens of promoting freedom, and something he pointed out was people from the class of the bourgeois, the owners of labor rather than the actors of labor, had social pressures that ruined their ability to act freely in the exact same way as the proletariat. And I think Sabo and Ace are an exact representation of it. Both of them have things that are limiting their ability to act freely, but they are different social pressures that they both dislike and want to throw away. Piracy represents freeing yourselves of the shackles of class, whether that's low class or high class. And saying that someone's using a Marxist framework doesn't mean they're a Marxist, because if you're not aware of this, basically every single modern economic, political, sociological, and philosophical framework includes some level of Marxist analysis. So you aren't calling someone a Marxist by saying they're engaging in Marxist analysis. That is just like a big part of analysis in huge swaths of academia.
Yeah, I would agree with that entirely. And I also think that Oda is just exploring different forms of politics and allowing himself to create politics built out of many. And I think that would be important. He's using all the different political ideals that we have within this. Okay.
Look, no one's read Alienation, but I have seen a YouTube summary of it.
We're moving forward.
Summary?
No. Just no. Narwhal. Learning about things about politics is fun. It literally shapes our lives, whether we like it or not.
Said Z.
Nowhere Girl. Yeah, not Narwhal. Yeah. It literally is how we live. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
The idea, by the way, of the gray terminal being a refuse that they put every shitty thing in that they don't want and then people build their life out of it. I felt like he was, I I felt like he was taking a bunch of different sections of the world that we have that people ignore and pretend don't exist and pretend that that doesn't happen. There is this documentary that I watched about this girl whose name is Grace. And every day her dad would go to the big giant garbage dump along with a bunch of other people, and they would collect different things that they got, that they sold and would make their money from. And they lived in like this put together by different materials clearly found within this same garbage dump, these huge garbage dumps. They also talked about how many people would die there all the time because the new garbage trucks would come and people were buried underneath trying to find things, and they would get absolutely frickin' dumped on by new garbage truck. It was the Philippines. There was a place, and it was in the Philippines. And Grace ends up having to leave school because her dad gets injured in one of these times, and she has to start going to the garbage dump, and she starts talking in all these positive ways. And meanwhile, the people who are leading the documentary are saying, like, this is an area that nobody thinks about. And we just say in our country, this is fine. It's okay that people have to live this way and that people have to do this. And they're very lucky because they're getting some really good garbage from people who are quite well off. And when I looked at this, I thought about how interesting it was, because when kids write into the SBS or adults write into the SBS and they say, hey, is this coming around from this? Is the idea that you made about this from this? And he's like, yes, it is. Thank you for being aware and looking at the world outside your own world. And when people say things like, oh, I heard of a circular rainbow, blah, 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 he's like, yes, there is. And he describes it for a minute. And so when I saw this, I thought how cool it is that he's taking different aspects of things from globally, around the world, everywhere, because Japan doesn't have an area like this. This isn't a thing that Japan would tolerate, and yet he's highlighting it as something that occurs. And it does all over the world. There are areas with garbage dumps just like this, where people make their living from, live in, and need to use as their a form of life, because without it, they couldn't survive. They literally have to live on the leavings of others. And so it was so great to see that he put this out there. And then when he used the idea of Goa is a part of India that's one of those like towns where everybody goes to from the outside. It's been cleaned up. It's out on the beach. And people always talk like, I went to India. I went to hang out in Goa. And Goa is like what my friend from India said. Yeah, that's the palatable portion of India that people often go to when they want to say they've been there. And I thought that was a very interesting thing of her to say, but it was also an interesting choice that Oda made this place called Goa. And then everything around it is, yeah, Goa is a real place. It's in India. And then
but the
when
fictional
you
Goa
see
is
all
place in the Philippines, but yeah, there is a real Goa.
Yeah. And then the place, the garbage dump place I was talking about with Grace is in the Philippines. So he kind of mashed together these different ideas and created things that are really taking place inside of the world that he turned into this. And I was like, dude, sometimes you just blow my damn mind with the things that you're doing. So I love the whole premise that the center of Goa is people who can do things like, why are those people living like that? And why aren't they, and why do they don't count as humans? Well, if they wanted to be counted as humans, they would have been born aristocrats. Ah, right. Yes, that does make sense, says the little girl. And I'm like, and that's precisely the kind of attitude that these people have. And he highlights it as just like a funny manga thing, when actually that is truly what many people believe. Like, you can think about different class systems around the world that are based upon what family you were born into. And if you wanted to be treated better, you would have been born into a better family. And then you can think of class systems that were created not on things like whether you're untouchable or you're this or that, but also class systems that are created in other Western ideals, where they'll say things like, you're just not meant to live the same life of comfort and happiness just if you're not rich. That just is what it is. Be rich if you want to be treated well. I think about the book, the book that the English have that tells you what your aristocratic blood is, who you're related to, and whether or not you are high enough up to marry this person or that person, or whether you have to not because you're not in the book in the right place. So I think it's really, really cool how he highlights all this inequity within the world that we live in through the manga.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think basically every form of inhuman hierarchy we see is something that's been reflected at some point in human history.
Yeah, MX Moth says poverty is an indication of inherent inferiority. in has so many different iterations in different societies. Yeah, it's globally. I'm not calling anyone out. Every single place seems to have their own method of, oh, are you poor? Well, that's your own problem. You know? So I really enjoyed the way that he showed this. I also like that this happened because it was the way that he did his backstory led us up to the point where Luffy learns for the first time when we have the fake death of Sabo about what it looks like to feel like he wasn't strong.
I'm joking. Let's move on.
Did you see the part in in the editing where they were like, this silence was actually how long Mama Drock left him or something?
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, it was so good.
Oh, did
because
Lav
I realized
show you the Marineford cut?
No.
You should ask Lav to do a call with you where they show you the cut of the top 5. Oh wait, no, they sent it to me. I can show you after this. Never mind. It's so good.
Okay. Deal. So I really like the way that he did this with the fake death of Sabo, because when we have Sabo's, I want to be a part of it. Okay, Lucky. When we have Sabo's fake death is when we have Luffy for the first time come to the conclusion that the problem is he's not strong enough and he's not able to save his friends and family. And that's like part 1 of the Luffy realizing that if he's going to keep people safe, he's going to need to strengthen who he is. And I think that was absolutely freaking brilliant. And then Dragon running into Sabo. It's why I think that Dragon saved Sabo is this thing. This town stinks worse than any trash mountain. It's filled with the stink of the rotten people. And if I stay here, I'll never be free. I'm ashamed I was born into an aristocratic family. And then Dragon says, you've caused this boy to despise his own kind. Go a kingdom. And I think that was really important because later when he says, I'm sorry, what I said matters to you. And he says, it does. And I'll never forget it. Because Sabo's talk with Dragon helps to change how Dragon sees himself and how he sees his movement. And he re-strengthens Dragon's commitment and his horror at what this place has done. Thank you, Lizard. And so I think that was a really important moment for Dragon, but I think it was really important for Sabo because it ends up being the reason I think that Dragon actually pays attention to Sabo and what he's doing and probably sees it and is like, yeah, I'm not going to allow that to happen. This kid is actually very important. What about the replacement kid? Oh, the replacement kid, his stupid frickin' brother.
Stelly.
Don't you think it's funny the way that he makes all of the aristocrats, I mean, inbreeding look all the same and stuff, but he kind of makes them look like the Hitler version of the perfect white person? Don't you think that's funny?
Yeah, a little bit.
Thin nose, the way the eyes are done, etc., etc. I was like,
I could see
you know what should happen to Stelly, though? I have this really great idea for Stelly.
Yeah, what's your idea for Stelly? I'm excited.
Hear me out. I have a way to make Stelly better. Okay. So he's already got a stick up his ass.
Okay.
So you lift him up by the stick.
All right, then.
And you stick him on a flagpole, and you turn him into the caller of the Daily News. And Stelly can use all of his brains to tell people all about the day. 5 o'clock and not all is well. There's a pirate in the bay. There you go, Stelly. Now you finally have a job to do, you little inbred freak. Why don't you go and cut yourself on a piece of paper and bleed to death? All right, that's all I have to say about Stelly.
I want to go back for a second.
Well, he's inbred, right? So because he's inbred, he's a hemophiliac. Do you see what I'm saying there?
I want to go back for a second to something very important, which is when I stopped to be like, wait, why do you think he's dead, as a little joke? At the exact same time, Paladin Berserker Jedi posted a bunch of the emote of the Jin me making the malicious face, and Kazad, right at the exact same time, posted a bunch of the you crossing your arms looking grumpy. Immediately you can see the divide in the fan base.
That's so amazing. There is no divide.
No.
Brock and I are on the same team.
We're all on the same team, but I will say, when I'm trolling you, some people are mad at me with you, and some people are enjoying it.
That's because they feel bad. I've already got so many things going on in my life. I don't need more of this shit.
Of course.
Be on my side, you little bastard. I made you. If it makes you all feel better, he is a bastard.
True.
So it's okay. I'm only speaking the truth. Only his sister was born in wedlock.
It's funny to be technically a bastard, but also like you guys are still together, so like spiritually not really a bastard.
Same mom, same dad, one bastard, one non-bastard. Yeah, no. If it makes you feel better, Drock, I am also a bastard.
That's true. That's true about you.
Yeah. But I'm comfortable with it.
Wouldn't it be funny if we lived in the Game of Thrones world? Be on my side,
I made you.
Wouldn't it be funny if we lived in the Game of Thrones world where you don't get the last name if you're a bastard? So even though you guys are still together and we have the same parents, I didn't get a last name.
Oh my god, we have to make one up for you?
No, you just get one for the region, I think is how they do it.
That's amazing.
What would BC's regional name be?
Once the kids were a little older and we could be funny, sometimes we would say, let's have one bastard and non-bastard on each team for games we played. And other times we would say it's bastards against legitimates. Like, we used it. We were comfortable with it.
No, guys, snow is the worst choice for British Columbia. We have no snow over here. Well, we snow right now, but usually we don't.
It's like a week. It would be Cedar. We'll call you Cedar.
Cedar's a good last name. That's a good last name.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's what you got now. Yeah.
Kaido just had to add the permitted term inbred because, okay, so there are streams that get built up where all of the money comes in from bits so that you can bully the streamer. I don't know how anyone would feel comfortable building that sort of community, but because of that, there's a bunch of bullying terms that by default are banned, but because we're talking about One Piece and people are quoting it all the time, I'm watching Kaido diligently add in terms that are blocked so that you don't bully streamers too badly.
Aww. How do you kick ass?
Kaido, you're amazing.
You're so good. You're pure, Kaido. Just pure. Mr. Drock Cedar. Damn, that's a good name. All right, here we go.
I'm not great at it, but it's not bad. I'm thinking of something to zhuzh it up after we get the Straw Hats in here.
You know what you're doing right now?
What is that?
You're killing it.
Well, thank you.
You're killing it.
If there's any asset I have as an artist, it's flexibility. I tend to adapt to restraints and challenges easier than most people at a similar skill level, I find.
I think that you are killing it.
Well, thank you.
Drock D. Cedar. Yeah. All right, here we go. Then you and I would both be Cedar.
That's true.
Okay, here we go. I want to get forward to this place in the story because when da-dun, 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 and Ace are, the Pink Panther and Ace are standing there and fighting that piece of crap, Pet the Boy.
Bellamy, come here.
I think it's absolutely incredible to see, and this is how we know that he was here that night and it was relevant. Uh-oh.
What's up? Good boy.
Ooh, that was a coughing fit. You're welcome.
Oh, okay.
When Drock pulls up to, when Drock pulls up to the beach on his boat, you can sail now, Drock.
Yeah.
When Dragon pulls up to the beach on his boat, and we see our Ivan and we see our Kuma on the boat and all the other people. And he says, this nation is a future of the world in miniature. A world where the unwanted things are discarded can never be truly happy. I will change the world one of these days. And then it shows him coming up to the beach. Those of you with the will to fight for freedom, get on this ship. Dragon. Oh, yeah, Dragon. You are.
I'll also say, if you're looking for evidence that he might have grabbed a Sabo, that particular line sounds like a guy who just grabbed a Sabo.
It feels really like a guy who grabbed a Sabo. Plus, like it or not, Jock, the fact that you have feelings about Sabo that are in layers says to me that you've had more time with Sabo.
Look, I know this is all technically spoilers and I've been good at it otherwise, but like genuinely, I have encouraged so many people to read this series, and not one of the people I've encouraged to read it thought he was dead. So it's just a spoiler that I give so little shits about. I am so precious with spoilers in this series these days. I'm trying my best. I have not had a single person buy it.
Yeah, we saw his hat. We did see his hat. We did see his hat.
But where? Where did we see it? I didn't see a hat.
Bitch, where did we see that hat? That person is right.
I didn't see no
Okay,
hats.
I'm going to do a little look afterwards. You gin it up.
If you were to remember seeing a random hat, it would have had to be in a section of pages you were staring at fucking constantly for it to stick in your brain. And that sounds very unlikely.
Shit on a shingle. That's where I'm going back to. As soon as we get off of this, I'm going back to my stare pages.
I'm allowed to not be great this one time. I've been great for so many spoilers, so many things. I've been so good at not leading her at all. Give me this one. I'm allowed. Oh, we saw his flat after his floating? Yeah, we did see it after he was shot. You're right. Yeah, that doesn't count as a body.
Come on.
That doesn't count as a body.
We know he's alive. We know that he's on the ship. We know that he's with Dragon. You know what's so ironic? The idea that Luffy's brother who he created.
Hat? Oh, that's so hard. I'm voting Aces. I like Aces hat a lot.
That's a freaking hard call.
I love all three of those hats.
Anyway.
That's a hard call.
God, let me think. That's a hard one.
I should let you. You should read Chapter 0 in our break as well. Chapter 0 should be something that you read during the break.
Okay, I'm thinking. Sorry, I went back and was looking at something.
Oh
okay. What?
No, just let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's keep it up. We got this.
Breaking nature. Quit talking to me about things you shouldn't talk to me about.
I'm allowed to break.
Ace carrying the Pink Panther is unbelievable. Ace's little tiny body, and then like, I'm not gonna lie, that mom, that's a lot. He really did.
Would you say she's a big mom?
Oh my God, is that who Big Mom is?
No, because Garp went and talked to her, and she's still in the East Blue, and the warlord,
the
Emperor's lead from the New World. I was just hoping you'd briefly think that.
That would have been really good, but she a big girl. Okay, this was one of my, you wouldn't believe in the dead. Oda twists the knife. Yes, I agree, but I still think he's alive. This was one of my very favorite Garp times. At times like that, Roger can be as ferocious as a demon. One time he destroyed the entire army of a nation just because they talked bad about his friend. It's true, he can be a violent, short-tempered, and self-centered when he gets mad. But in his heart, he's straightforward and pure like a child. He grew up pretty much the same way Ace did. Maybe because of that, he was especially afraid of losing his loved ones. Despite living the reckless life, he got lucky and survived, and in the end, he was branded King of the Pirates. Society saw him as a great criminal, but his friends trusted him completely. I'm a Navy soldier, and I still couldn't bring myself to hate him. That's why I took Ace under my wing.
I just realized something, which is, but the problem is, to say it kind of gives away a thing we haven't seen yet. Because it's me realizing a thing we're probably going to get one day, and if I say that, you're going to be like, oh, so we haven't. So I can't say it, but fuck.
Do you want me to take off my earphones?
That doesn't do anything. No, I don't think I think I just need to give up on saying this one.
You should write it down so you can say it later.
Yeah. God. God, this made me realize something, though.
Can you believe the audacity of me not being caught up yet?
It's so rude. Anyways, we're going to talk about Blackbeard instead of getting closer to caught up next week.
Hey, everyone, if you want to hear what he's going to say, you're going to have to join Discord.
That's true.
And then you're going to have to go into the spoiler room.
I'm going to type it right now in the spoiler channel. I'm going to type it in the spoiler channel right now so that if you want to know what I'm saying, you can see.
If you are part of our Discord, go to the spoiler channel and everybody there will know. And then I'll just sit here like a loser. I feel so sad.
Okay. I've sent it to the Discord. Anyone who's in the spoiler chat can see it.
What do you mean, what's the Discord channel? I
It's in
talk
the
about
bio.
the damn
Discord
thing
link in the
nonstop.
bio.
Go into our bio and go into our Discord and then get one of the people to help you get into our secret place that I'm not allowed to be in.
Yeah, you have to go into the rules channel and emote react, and it'll let you in.
Faberfax, it's too late. I'm not allowed. God dang it. This is sexist.
What? we have fun here.
Okay. I'm gonna read a thing.
Yeah, but I've never thought
That
about
is
it
the
before,
saddest-
Kaito. Just because it's obvious doesn't mean I've thought about it before.
Ace Ranama. Why can't you see the spoiler chat? Is it because you're me? Sexist. Discord link is in the thinger, bio. Look in our bio, click into our Discord link. It's the Drock Show.
Oh my god, the spoiler chat's popping off right now.
How is it sexist when your first mod is female? Still sexist. I don't know what to tell you. Here we go. You heard me. Sexist.
Because you're not
Here we
caught
go.
up. Okay.
This is just like Bubble Chick.
This is just like Califa.
I'm just gonna call her Bubble Chick.
Luffy
If you're
barely won
unfortunate,
the hat pull.
if you're unfortunate enough for your devil fruit to be a bubble fruit, that's what I call you now.
Bubble chick.
Bubble Chick.
I don't know, she's stylish. She's seeming kind of bubble chic to me.
Check yourself. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you gonna laugh during this moment?
Probably not.
Okay, here we go. This broke my heart. Along comes the News Coos mailman. Give it to me. Don't worry, I'm not going into town. That letter's for both of us, isn't it? And here we go. Ace, Luffy, did you get hurt in the fire? I'm worried about you guys, but I know you're all right. Unfortunately for you two, by the time you get this letter, I'll already be at sea. A lot of stuff happened, but I decided to set sail before you guys. My destination is anywhere but here. I'm going to become stronger so I can be a pirate. Pirates are freer than anyone else in the world. We brothers should all become pirates one of these days. Then we can meet again somewhere out there. This ocean is vast and free. We'll meet again someday. Another thing. Ace, are you the oldest brother or am I? It might be weird to have two oldest brother and one little brother, but the bond we share is the greatest treasure I have. Luffy is still weak and a crybaby to boot, but he's still our little brother. Take care of him. Holy shit. You stupid head.
Yep.
Out there.
Yep.
Oh, that was unfair.
And then
That was very unfair.
Saint I love shooting children strolls on up.
Oh. And then to see Luffy laying on the ground for days and days, and then when Ace punches him in the back of the head, there's no point in gathering treasure we can't even protect. Ace, I want to get stronger. I want to be lots stronger. So there won't be anything I can't protect, and nobody will ever have to go away again. Don't die, Ace.
Yep.
So you know what Oda said? You know a really good way to crush everybody a little more is to have Luffy talking about Ace dying as a child so that we can see how much it destroys him as an adult.
Yeah. Because what you were thinking at this point is, I'm not quite sad enough about Ace dying. I'd love some
I don't feel
context
sad
can
about
make it
that yet.
worse.
So is there a way that we can make this hurt more? Oh, it turned out there was. Thanks, Oda.
We can do it.
And then what does stupid Ace say? Remember this, Luffy. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to leave my crybaby little brother behind. I'm not that smart, so I don't know who or what killed Sabo, but whatever it was It was definitely the opposite of freedom. Sabo died without being able to grasp freedom. But Sabo was our brother, and we're still alive.
You're not wrong about
We have to live our lives and not have regrets. God damn you, Oda. That's... Actually, God don't damn you, Oda. I don't want you to get hurt. But that was way too much. And I literally had just said to myself, well, it got as sad as it could, so I'm feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I forgot who wrote this story. He managed to make Ace dying sadder after Ace was dead.
Yeah, he'll do that to you, huh?
I want to gut punch him the way he gut punched me, but I want him to also be healthy.
Yeah, he's kind of pushing himself to limits. I feel like you could Houdini that man to death pretty accidentally.
That's exactly what I was thinking. When Luffy leaves, he looks up at the sky and screams, "Look at me, Sabo. I'm going out to sea too." Sabo was first. Ace was second. I ended up being third, but I'm not going to lose to them. Just you wait, Ace. I'll catch up to you right away.
That's so brutal.
Oh my God. That's why when he comes back to Luffy in the future, after Luffy said that he needs to get so much stronger. Yeah, we saw the Zoro moment. You're missing Zoro. No, we saw it. We saw what we think is Zoro lifting the rock and counting and being in the place. We talked about it. Where were you?
Where were you at? We talked about how sad it was that the person who can permanently change your gender showed up to that island like a little while after Kuina died.
Oh my God. Mama, whatever you do, don't think about the fact that Sabo is alive and Ace didn't know it before he was killed. You are a terrible kid.
Hey, we don't know he's alive.
Oh, we do too.
Guys who didn't think he was alive, I understand. Not everyone. Media analysis isn't like, it's an actual skill. You have to work at it. There was no world where Mama Drock was going to think that Sabo was dead. That wasn't happening.
They think you're missing Zoro from the drawing.
Oh, I missed Zoro in the drawing. I did. You're right. No, I did miss Zoro. Oh, it's because he's not in the reference.
I thought they were
at the top of the reference picture. I did miss him. I have to rearrange. Thank you, guys. I made fun of you for no reason. I take it back. You win. He got lost. I was just looking like, I think I got him all in this picture. All right, time to size him up.
Way to be snarky, though. Hey, have you met us? Have you heard the snark we give each other? Welcome to the family, man.
We're snarking each other the whole time. When you say anything to us, you're walking into the splash zone.
You know what this is? You're at an orca show, baby, and you're sitting front row. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I like... Mama, if you want to cheer up, the moment when Ace is talking about what killed Sabo is the opposite of freedom, and walk up to the... God damn you.
Talking about the world nobles being the opposite of freedom. I was just thinking about how thematic that is. That's great.
My God. Yeah. We got to remember that part when we have our talk too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Guys, we added so much in our call today to next week's Blackbeard video. It's so fun. Like, God, there's so much to talk about.
Well, P got lost again. That's amazing. When it comes back, Oda could have done so many things when it came back to present day Luffy. He could have chosen so many things. And what does he choose? Luffy on his knees, wrapped in bandages, screaming to the heavens, "I'm so weak." After we saw how important it was to gain strength for Luffy so that he could protect the people that he loved. That is bullshit. That is bullshit. You rat bastard.
We can absolutely do a stream at some point where Mama watches all of the... I want to do all the openings though, but the thing is... Oh, I was going to talk about this earlier. So I'm just real quick going to say, I wanted to start doing an extra stream per week, but I can't do it till I graduate because turns out workshops are hard. So once I'm graduated, I'm going to do an extra stream per week.
Okay.
Then we can add more stuff.
This here. When we have Garp come back to the town and he puts up the thing and he's like protected by Garp, blah, blah, blah. And then the whole thing with Dadan. And then we have person comes, those two were within his reach, but he couldn't save them. Don't you see Garp is hurting more than anyone? And she goes, wrong. Luffy is the one hurting most.
Oh. Oh no. Look, I don't think Makino was wrong that Garp is in a lot of pain right now, but
At the boy.
Definitely not more than Luffy. Oh, my baby boy, you're so cute.
It was so good. I was so grateful that I got to know just how much she loved the boys in that time, because it made me feel like I knew that Luffy and Sabo and Ace got to feel what it was like to be loved by someone, and it made me love Ace's end moments a little, that he took a moment for her, that he took some time to look at Luffy and say, please go tell her I said goodbye.
Yeah.
And thank you. Like, it made me feel so deeply happy for them that somebody cared for them so much, because they had such hard lives. And yeah. Goddamn. Dadan. 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 And then when we have our pineapple-headed, pineapple brain standing in front of the thing with red hair Shanks, and I saw the memorials that they made, and he says, I don't know how to thank you, red hair. And there's Edward Newgate, and oh, Ace. God. I'm fine.
You're fine.
I told somebody earlier that I was done being sad, so I was going to become DMD, Dark Mama Drop.
You did say that. I noticed.
I was just going to start coming into things dark style.
How's it going?
You can tell that it's going really well, right?
I can tell.
I no longer
it's
care
going
or cry.
So good.
I'm hard ass. Woot woot. Hard ass.
True about you.
I had this vision in my head that made me start crying. I saw the memorial of the two, and I saw Luffy giving the hat back to Red Hair Shanks in front of this, and then walking up and taking Ace's hat and putting it on.
Oh.
And if he chooses to do that in the end, if Oda did a moment like that, I think that I would cry so hard I'd actually cry my spleen out.
I've got a bad news, which is my prediction, which is that I genuinely think that Shanks has to die before Luffy can give him the hat back, because the hat has been passed on over and over again to the next person who was inspired. So I think Luffy's instead going to have to pass it to someone he inspires instead of Shanks.
You're shitty.
I'm not writing the story. I just think it's what's being set up.
Wait, that's a spoiler? Wait, Red Hair Shanks is dead?
No, because we see, no, it's not a spoiler, because we see a flashback of Roger and Rayleigh.
I know. I saw that.
Yes.
But I thought to myself, in a perfect world, what I see is Red Hair Shanks taking the hat back, but I think I see what you're saying. But I could see Shanks turning around and saying, give this to somebody who you believe in.
Yeah, look, I hope that could happen. I think Shanks is going to die.
I need to believe that Oda isn't going to crush our whole soul. And you know how I feel about Luffy in the end of his thing already. So let's not go into that. People can't handle it.
Yeah.
The page where Luffy, I know you're in a lot of pain right now. I was surprised to hear what Ace did for you. It's exactly like Captain Roger would do. I wish the captain would run away and let himself cry sometimes. And you see so many people. Did you see that Ace's collar is the same? Oh, yeah. You see so many people who clearly were part of Whitebeard's giant armada So now I'm like, okay, is somebody going to take over Whitebeard's armada? Are they going to regroup? Are they going to become other people's? They can't just float aimlessly. Like, it feels like not a plan. Do you know what I mean? So I keep wondering, like, is it just disbanded? Is it unifying? Like, it's way too many people to just allow it to eviscerate itself and evaporate into the clear blue yonder. I love the way that old Jim takes Luffy back. He's fine to push him down. He lets him roil through his emotions. He forces him. A giant wall stands between your eyes and the world. You can't see the way forward right now. Regret and guilt are consuming you. It may be painful for you now, Luffy, but fight it. Don't dwell on what you've lost. What's gone is gone forever. Try to remember what you still have. And Luffy leans down and stares at his hands and starts lifting fingers. I have my crew.
Oh.
Oh. I love old Jim so much. Can't even tell you how much I love that dude. He is the only one I would have wanted with Luffy when he came out.
He was so perfect for it. Okay, so Jimbei being so committed to him reminds me of the thing I want to talk about. Throughout all of the flashback, we see Sabo and Ace being so much stronger than Luffy, being more capable than him. And yet, through all of his career, every time we see Ace when he's not with Luffy, he's doing nothing but telling people how great his brother is and how his brother can do it, how his brother can be king of the pirates, to look out for his brother, to watch out for him, that he's going to blow them away. Luffy was weaker than either of them, and yet through all of Ace's career as a pirate, the first thing he does to everyone that we see, every time we see him, is hype up his brother.
Yeah, I know. It's so crushing. Like, he just loved his brother and was so proud of them. And I like how he says, Jimbei, you know what I saw there? A kid brother like you makes a big brother worry. I bet it gives you guys plenty of grief. Take care of him, okay? He's not the same Luffy, who couldn't do anything but follow me around. Now he has a crew of his own that he can depend on. He'll be okay no matter what happens. And I feel relieved.
He's just loved Luffy so much.
Oh, you rat bastard.
Yeah.
I really intended to go dark Mummed Rock here. I really did.
I'm doing the colors.
I said to myself earlier, self, I can't cry this much. No, nobody can have a stream where a person comes on and just wazzes for days on end. And yet here we are, wazzing away. Here we go.
I was going to do the colors they have here instead of the colors I come up with, but I can't make Zoro blue. It feels wrong. He's green.
Yeah, okay. I see that. Waz. Welcome to One Piece. Oh, God, so good.
It's so good and so painful.
It's so terrible. Okay, Rayleigh is the most ridiculously cool dude in the entire world. He's so hot.
True. All true.
Here he is. He's like, I am Rayleigh. I just punched a giant sea thing in the face and I walk out. Oh, it's you people. We met at Saboti Archipelago, didn't we? And, oh my God, it's the Dark King Rayleigh. My ship was sunk in a storm, so I had to swim here. I don't move like I used to. I guess I'm getting old. A storm? There aren't any storms in the Calm Belt. Did you swim from another region? Yeah, that's right. Rayleigh. Remember the name, biatch.
Yep.
I'm assuming Luffy is on the island, am I right? Nice side-eye, Rayleigh. You bombastic baddie. He is the coolest damn thing since Cooldom. But when he gets there, and we'll talk about this more, but I gotta just a little bit talk about it. When he gets there, and Luffy is, oh, hello. Old man Rayleigh. Oh, hello, Luffy. I'm glad I found you so quickly. What are you doing here? I was going to use the Vivi card to get back to Sabo Archipelago. Where are the others? Oh, I gave my Vivi card to Haki. I couldn't go anywhere unless I did. I love this because Rayleigh was in a storm so bad that it sunk his goddamn boat. And he wraps Luffy's hat up and swims it to him.
Yep.
Swims it. Which talks about that way that Luffy grabs people and creates a desire within him to help Luffy out and to do what matters to Luffy. If you're going to swim through all of that time and you're going to take the time in a giant storm strong enough to take your boat down, that's a whole different thing. Yeah, I thought Law had his hat too, and yet here we are. Did he go into the water? Yeah, I think he got it from Law.
Yeah,
you might be right. But he swims out, meets Law, grabs the thing, swims it over, and I was like, people just want to help Luffy. People are drawn into helping Luffy. F my bees. This goddamn manga is just soul crushing. I have no words. Okay, here, let's get into something.
Let's get into something.
Kuma, we have that flashback with Kuma. I am a leader of the Revolutionary Army. I want to help the Straw Hats escape this place. And I'm sorry for being so abrupt earlier, but let me explain myself. I don't have much time left. Who is still a revolutionary leader and allows themselves to have the last of their humanity taken away and become something else? Like who? What is going on with this man's life? It's where I started to wonder about Dr. Vegapunk and whether or not gold star for predicting Kuma as an ally. Yeah, wouldn't you say?
You know what?
I would say.
Yeah, no, because you predicted that back in Thriller Bark. So, yeah, I think we get a gold star here.
Awesome, because
I think you're going to get a diamond star today, by the way.
Really?
In short order, I think you're getting a diamond star. You talked about you deserving it for something Rayleigh's about to explain.
Oh, right. And I won't hate this diamond star.
No, this is going to be the first one you don't hate.
I hate the other one.
I'm so excited for people to get to see our animations. Oh, maybe I should preview them today just for stream. Nah, we'll save them. We'll save them for the Marineford video.
Why not? People who are in
we were talking about how hot Rayleigh is, so I feel like I need to bring in a comment from our great editor Cricket Bones, because they can't be here today, where he says, tell her for me that old Jim a baddie.
Old Jim is a baddie. She's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. He's killing it. Old Jim is awesome.
Old Jim? Cool dude.
Yeah. But Rayleigh is like, he is something else. And he's a bit old for me. I don't care. I still think he's hot as hot.
Look, Shaki's a bit old for me, but also the girl is aged like magic.
Oh, that woman is a witch.
Yeah.
How does she look like that? Thank you, Pangolin. He is fine wine. He's walking around all corked up like an awesome dude.
Rayleigh is aged like fine wine, whereas Shaki has aged like a preserved fruit, like a fruit suspended in an alcohol fluid, in that you haven't. What is up with this? What's actually happened to you?
No, it turns out that Shaki is older than Rayleigh.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Like, no words. Okay.
No, they're about the same.
Here's Rayleigh.
They're about the same. I was mistaken. I thought she was slightly older, but she is in her 60s.
Here we go. I have a suggestion. Whether you accept it or not is, of course. Whether you accept it or not is, of course, entirely up to you. As soon as he said that, you know what I thought to myself?
Was that?
But it's not going to happen, and I'm really mad at it.
Yeah, he is older. I was wrong.
Oh my god! Can I please get myself a training montage? No. But at least I was happy that he was going to be the one who is going to be training.
You get a gold star for predicting that the Haki teacher for Luffy would be Rayleigh.
would be Rayleigh.
Because you
yeah.
proposed many a mentor, but that is the one you settled on.
Yeah, I finally was like, no, I think it's gonna be Rayleigh. Goldie Roger getting killed in a big screen and only shedding tears for Whitebeard. Mama, what do you feel about Rayleigh watching? God damn! You're really getting to the point today, aren't you? No. I don't know if I said that we would get a montage, Para. If I did, I'm happy to get a purple mushroom. I think the purple mushrooms...
we get a montage. Here's the thing.
Did I predict we were getting a montage, or did I say I hope we would?
I think you predicted, but I want to hold off on this because there is always the chance we'll get a montage flashback.
Okay. Because we need montaging.
A montage flashback is always possible, so I'm going to hold off.
I love montages. Did I mention that ever?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember you ever saying you love montages. Sorry, what's your opinions on montage, actually? Unrelated to anything? I'm curious what your opinion of montages are.
Thank you for asking. I really freaking love a montage.
Oh, okay,
it's one of my favorite things.
Montage.
Okay. I love that each one of our great good kids on the Straw Hats are all making their own way out, and all of a sudden... What?
Apparently, the anime does it as a montage, which makes me feel like we don't give a gold star, but we also don't give a purple mushroom, and we just call this, like, look,
a wash.
It's spiritually correct because the anime writer, or the anime adaptation went, there should really be a montage here.
There should have been a montage. I'm sad there isn't, quite honestly. I deserve to see an empty star, a high five. And, maybe I can get an attaboy.
Guys, the issue is, any new star we make up, I now have to pay someone to make another animatic for it.
Yeah, our new stars are so good. And our mushrooms, to be quite honest.
Oh my god, they're amazing.
Aw, thank you, Red. Do you see that? Atamum. Aw. Thank you. I like how all of our kids are out and about trying to leave off of their different places so they can get to Luffy. And then they all see Luffy's thing, but somebody was like a little bit worried about one particular person. I'm looking at you, Zoro. They're looking at you. They don't think you're very clever. It's okay, Zoro.
Zoro, you're good at lots of stuff. Like swords.
You don't feel bad. Yeah. And so everybody immediately is like, I see it, Luffy. I know what you want. I'm immediately going to start building myself up and getting stronger for the crew. And Zoro is like, I don't know what he wants, but I know this means something. And I wanted to go and rub his back and be like, you got this, Zoro.
Hey, Perona, are you good at puzzles?
That's a thing he could have done. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going out to sea right now, says Zoro. You actually change your mind, Zoro, just so you know. I love Nami fooling everyone. Like, one of Nami's greatest assets is her acting ability. That chick could travel the world doing nothing but acting. She could be on the big screen. I don't know if they have a big screen, but if they do,
they have at least one
Nami,
big screen.
You're there.
They showed Ace Die on it.
Agreed, but we don't know if there's movies of any kind. Do we find out if there's movies? I don't know. You won't tell me because that's who you are.
We at the very least know that live theater is a thing because of Victoria's Sindri.
Yeah, that we do know, but they have movies. Thank you, Para. Para told me. And so I think Nami would rock it out because she's like, Ace died right before his eyes and I don't even know about it. And then they take her away and then she goes, okay, goodbye, thank you. I was like, oh, Nami.
Alternate universe where Nami gets talent scouted, becomes a movie star, pays Arlong back in like 2 months.
Yes. Did we agree to call Mom's observation skill Momtra?
We did previously agree about Momtra, but I think we can now, if people want, call it like way wordier Momservation Haki.
You made me cough again, and that's rare. I never cough.
Never cough. It's true about you. I've actually said this.
It's because of the area where we have Frankie, where he's with all the people, and they say, take a look at the mountain and see how strangely it's shaped. Dr. Vegapunk is a child, by the way, in case you're wondering. He did that when he was just a child. It was supposed to save everybody from the cold. He worked really hard on it, using wild animals for labor. But this day, it remains unfinished. it's a geothermal system for heating the entire island. But he was always plagued by the same problems. He had to complete his blueprints in his head, and he outstripped the existing technology. On top of that, he couldn't get the funding that he needed to perfect his inventions. He wanted to help us so badly. He wept. When we saw how deeply he cared, our hearts warmed towards him. Tell me that doesn't sound like the type of thing that means that Dr. Vegapunk is actually good, but is playing the long game.
It's possible. That was my read of it for sure.
Yeah. But, you know, like, I don't know. I don't feel convinced on it, but on the other hand, I kind of feel like it's possible. I haven't made up on my mind on that front. So we're not at the I'm going to predict and let you know.
Okay.
I love where each one of our straw hats is. So I just want to take a little pop in and say you could have switched. We talked about it. The only other place that you probably could have put Brooke is in the same place that Usopp is in. That's the only other place he probably wouldn't have gotten immediately killed by people being like, talking skeleton.
Especially a talking skeleton who just appears.
Yeah, out of nowhere. So I think the place that he was in was good, especially when you're talking about people looking for signs from the devil and trying to raise the devil, which is kind of a weird choice. But I do appreciate that happened. And where is Sanji? I love where Sanji is. I freaking love that he's with Ivan, first of all. I freaking love that the same stupid picture is once again biting Sanji in his ass. Sanji is like, it's me, God damn it. When it first happened, I didn't think that Oda was going to use it as a continuing joke. So I was absolutely like laughing my ass off and being like, are we bringing this shit back again? No, Mama, where's Sanji in the drawing? That's a good point.
Oh, yeah. No, we're getting there. I just am trying to figure out something about the style I'm doing for now.
The open spot is where he goes.
He's going to be right
that
here.
wanted poster coming back and picking his butt every single time is amazing to me. But then to find out, and this is something I was talking to you about, then to find out that there is a method of putting Haki into food, I then said to you,
I will
like,
say,
in
that
what
doesn't feel spelled out, but I think that's a cool interpretation of how they can do it.
Oh, so I have done. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's not what the thing is.
It's not
I forgot.
spelled out. They just say they have a way of putting more into their food to get more out of it.
Okay, I haven't talked about it yet, so I'll talk about it now. I think, and I think we'll find out eventually, and so you can make it a prediction. That the reason that the food has all these strengths and all of the ability to make people better is because they have learned how to cook Haki into food, and that they've learned to preserve it so people can eat it, and it changes them. And so I think that it is amazing to me because it's going to be more confirmation, in my opinion, that every single one of our straw hats has Haki, and that they're finding different ways to put to show that our crew has Haki, because I think that Luffy has the ability to sense Haki in people, and that's why he brings them into Team Luffy and Straw Hatdom, is that they have the right Haki. Color of East Verbation. I don't know what that means, but okay. So that's why I believe that we're going to find out that there's going to be Haki put into the food. But then I started to say, like, you didn't try to make him look like the wanted poster, did you, Drock?
Someone commented it and it seemed so funny.
Drock.
I'll undo it. It's just so funny.
Drock, don't do Sanji dirty like this.
So funny.
You need to be a better kid, Drock. This is the meanest thing.
But it's just too funny to not do at least for a bit.
You rotten turnip. Poor Sanji.
It's so
my God.
I still have my crew. I'm just thinking of them all like this and except for Sanji. It's just wrong.
You are such a rotten Roderson.
God, this is good. This look good though.
If you leave it like that, do you know? Actually, maybe leave it like that. Hey, YouTube, why don't you comment on the way Sanji is here? That would be terrible. Don't comment on it, YouTube.
Did you just try regular psychology and then switch to reverse psychology?
You betcha I did. You're the only one who notices when I do shit. Just shut up about it.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny now if I deleted him, then I drew handsome Duval?
Oh my god, that would be amazing.
No, we're gonna do Sanji. It's fine.
Whatever you do, YouTube, maybe comment or don't comment about poor Sanji.
Hey, it's me, Sanjo.
So once I found out that, in my opinion, you could put Haki into food, then I started to wonder about the different methods of putting Haki into stuff. Now, this is just me out on a theory table, so, calm your tits, everyone.
Okay.
But what about if you could start doing things like infusing devil fruit with Haki before eating it? Or creating a recipe with devil fruit where you added Haki to it. So I started to think about all the different ways that you could imbue things.
I don't know.
I don't know. This is just a thinky think that I was having. I was also wondering, could you imbue a painting with Haki? And would it change things? Could you give people a feeling of being calm or a feeling of being angry
possible,
or whatever?
Could that be what Miss Golden Week is doing without realizing it?
That's where I was about to get to. You and I are braining it out. And so then I was like, we got our Miss Golden Week and we talked about colors and the power of them and how different colors have different vibrations. I think that's part of a Haki thing that we're going to learn about. And I think that Miss Golden Week can use Haki infused into her drawing, and it's why people have these different emotions. And so I started to think about all the different ways that we might not know how Haki is being used yet.
I mean,
and I think Miss Golden Week is one of the ways we see that
since it worked on Luffy even when he couldn't see the colors.
Exactly. Because it can't just be color. It can't. Because otherwise that would have worked on Luffy. So I think that it's a Haki piece. Haki. Why are people saying don't worry about it, chat?
Oh, because someone said someone should use delete your art to bring back bad Sanji or to make me do Duval, but then it was pointed out that early on someone used delete your art and it's a once per stream because otherwise you could trap me in an infinite loop and I don't want to be there.
No, I don't blame you. Being in an infinite loop would be the bad. So that is my feelings on the Haki. And then, did anyone else hear a car alarm? That is my feelings on the Haki, and that is why I want to predict that Haki can be infused into things, and that Miss Golden Week, that's what she is using as Haki into her, not Haki.
I mean,
and she is using.
You're just trying to find whatever ways you can to pronounce it that don't sound like hockey is the thing. I have to go do push-ups.
Drop and give me 5. I've decided it's Haki because I can't say hockey otherwise.
You can say hacky or haki or something.
Hocus pocus.
I'll be back.
Hocus. If you want to do hocus pocus or puckus, then it needs to be PUK. Then it'll be puckus. Oh, everyone doing their push-ups with drop? I am not. Have you noticed how many people don't know we're Canadian still?
Wait. Oh, I'm back.
Have you noticed how many people don't know we're Canadian?
It comes up a lot. I don't know. People just assume anyone who sounds like they're from North America is American. It's almost like they have 15 times as many people as us or something. It's rude.
You thought we were Scottish?
What?
Aye, we are.
I mean, ethnically, we are Scottish.
Everybody in Canada is actually a Scot.
We are ethnically Scottish. A little bit.
Or Irish. Just head you'll be asking for, but it's a kick in the butt you'll be getting.
We are also part ethnically Irish, but I think far less.
Far less. Okay. We don't say a boot. We're in Canada. That is not what we say.
No.
It
People
is a very
say a boot
specific
if they're in
region on the East Coast.
East Coast or rural central. Rural central as well.
Yeah, ish. Yeah. It's interesting though that people think that's how people in Canada.
The thing about the BC accent is it's the accent most chosen for newscasters, and that's just because we enunciate pretty well, but we have just enough of a slur that it sounds a little bit warmer than like an Ontario accent, whereas people from Ontario really enunciate sharply, except for the word car for some reason, but I can't even say it the way they do.
Gee, who said that? Definitely you're Canadians. Say a boot. We don't say a boot, dude.
Say about.
People in Victoria don't say a boot.
Yeah.
We say about.
Yeah,
like normal human beings.
Like normal North Americans. Sorry. You have to go to funnier provinces for funnier accents.
You need to go to more places. Have you ever been to Salmon Arm? You bet I have.
What's crazy is the salmons
Victoria?
there have arms.
I go to Victoria like twice a month. As far east as Canadians, we don't say that either.
I mean, I only know how
I know there's a lot more American.
I think about my accent a lot. I think about accents a lot in general. Fuzz Aldrin's a good name.
Fuzz Aldrin? Your friend? Top tier friend. Keep that friend for life. Okay, let's move forward. I want everyone to hear things.
What?
Robin.
Things? Okay.
I want people, that's why they come here. They come here to hear the things.
Okay.
Didn't we talk about this already?
Shit, I guess we didn't. But fuck, if that's what it's supposed to be.
Let's talk about things.
If that's what it's supposed to be, I guess I can permit it.
That's what it's about. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
I love that Robin is being intentionally picked up by the group for the revolutions, and then we find out that they have been trying to find her for all these damn years. So while Robin has been running away, hiding, finding places where she can survive, eking out happiness in the smallest ways throughout her life, all this time, the revolutionaries have been trying to find her. She has been a thing that they've been searching for. So whether or not Robin ends up trusting them, or whether Robin ends up working with them or for them, the thing that was important to me is that we found out, and Robin found out, that all this time she was wanted, not for being a devil child, not for being wrong, but for the worth of her study and her hometown. And I just hope this sinks into Robin, and that it gives her a different feeling and helps to heal some of the wounds of her childhood. Because I think that we can underestimate this moment that they said, the light of the revolution, that's what we call you. The light of the revolution. Can you imagine the feeling, the balm on Robin's soul to be called the light of the revolution, a person who has been called someone who should never have been born, to hear people call you the light of the revolution. And while we searched for you for more than 10 years, you were the only survivor of the country that took on the world. O'Hara. Please do not fear us. We are on your side. Our boss has told us to guard you at all costs. Even if the government comes after you, the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, Luffy's father. What a strange twist of fate. And then when they say, no, there's somewhere I have to go, and I don't need your protection. I have my own friends. I love that she feels the bomb and she still says to herself, I have friends. I made a place for myself. I created a place where my heart belongs. And that is amazing. And I like that when Robin is going to have to strengthen herself and spend time working on herself for when they come back together, I love that she's with these people who value her so highly. Because later on, when we see Robin and the ship, after they get the message from Luffy and decide what they're going to do, to have Robin stand on the ship and say, no, I'm going to stay outside. I don't really trust you yet. And they're like, okay, that's fine. Bring her something to cover her up so she's warm. And a couch so she could sit on it. And then the person's calling back. And a wind blocker. I just love this idea of all of the people protecting Robin, feeding Robin, covering her in warmth, surrounding her for the very thing that people have reviled her for her rest of her life. She is being championed for the things that people have said are the evils in her, and that's freaking gold.
So I have a question.
And that's the people she gets to spend the 2 years for.
I have a question for you. In those 2 years, do you think she's going to teach anyone how to read poneglyphs?
Is interesting that you're asking me that. So here's why it's interesting. Are you leading me there, or are you hoping I guess it?
Because it's a thing I've seen people wonder, is why.
Okay.
Most of the time that I ask you a really pointed question, it's just because it's a common wonder I've seen people have.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that it would be good, but Robin would feel, in my opinion, Robin would feel that reading poneglyphs comes with a great deal of training, and that you have to be, because remember when she was in the when she was in and learning to become an archaeologist, it was a very big deal when she met the exams and came to a place where she was considered to be allowed to know those, and she went through so much training. So I wonder, I don't think that she would shortcut that.
Unless there was someone there who was already a really well-trained anthropologist, I think or archaeologist, I agree that, like, she probably wouldn't, but, you know.
Yeah, like, so if there is somebody there who has the rigor of academia, like if Sabo, for instance, whose only academia that he was interested in was navigation, but if he got into some other things and was a true academic, or if she found somebody who had gone into archaeology, maybe. But I don't think she would shortcut and allow people to know something. She would feel that the weight of the academia needed to be upon their shoulders, so they understood just how important that information was and their work was. I can't imagine her just handing it out like a magician's secret.
That's kind of where I'm at, where if there's someone in the revolutionaries she feels like was ready for it, she might, because passing on, like someone said, passing on knowledge in Ohara is important, but, like, she also understands that it meant a lot to her culture.
Yeah, and this person is also talking about the idea about being chased by the government. I think that anybody, though, Cody, I was thinking about that as well, because it's true.
But the revolutionaries are about as chaste as you can be.
The revolutionaries are as chaste as a Robin is chaste. I mean, maybe slightly less because she's one of the only ones with the ability. It is concerning, though, that Robin is the only one available to do it. So I do hope that eventually she does run into somebody who has the training where she thinks that she could parse it out. Because if Robin goes, that information goes.
And she probably doesn't want that information to be lost forever.
Yeah, I would agree. I like that Dragon comes to this place where he realizes that Luffy isn't a child, so fine. Everybody can know who my father is and who I fathered. That the protection of who I am and who we are to each other doesn't need to exist in the same way anymore, because he is bigger. We have lots of stuff we want to talk to you about since the jailbreak. I love that Dragon is about to find out what a badass his son is. Because Luffy killed it. Impel down, one of the coolest things ever. That's something I really want to know. Why would he allow the government to tell him what to do? He isn't the Kuma I knew anymore. He tried to kill me. So, I'm sorry to tell you this, buddy, but your Kuma has been unkumaed.
Was it a prediction you made that Kuma was a former revolutionary that we've had confirmed? I think, because you predicted that back in Thriller Bark, so yeah.
Yeah, I did predict that back in Thriller Bark.
So I think you get a gold star there. There you go. Get hit. Get it. Get the gold star.
Is this going to be a great moment to see all of our new stars?
You're going to get a good chunk of stars this episode, it's feeling like. You're right. Technically, he's not a former revolutionary. Well, I mean, now he is. He's dead.
Kuma?
Yeah, he's now a former revolutionary. He just died.
Kuma's not dead.
I mean, he tried to kill Ivan. Seems pretty dead. Seems like the soul of the man is dead.
But a man only dies when he's forgotten.
Oh my fucking god. Are you trying to argue your way out of the gold star as all? Because it was former revolutionary, but... Everybody fucking getting me. Everybody getting me with my own bit.
So good! So good!
Now that people actually die in this series, I can get got.
So amazing. I'm loving it with all my heart. Thank you for protecting the boat, Duval. High-five, Duval. That's all I have to say about that point. We're not gonna belabor the point that Duval is protecting the boat, but I do want to say high five to you, Duval. Rock it out.
Otherwise, people would take that fucking boat.
Oh, that boat is too cool to exist all on its own. You just can't just sit it there. Really interesting that when we go back to our Uno reverse. Thank you, Paladin Berserker. Yeah. This Straw Hat Luffy is always in the news, but considering he's Garp's grandson, I'm not surprised. What's his connection to Rayleigh? I seriously doubt he'd ever return to the stage after so many years away. Jimbei is fully against us now. I find that very unfortunate. The Room of the Five Elders at Sacred Marjoa, the Red Line. Blackbeard has already begun his rampage in the New World. He's already taken out one of the rookies worth over $100 million. He knows Whitebeard's territories, through and through. Because he's joining symbolized peace and understanding between our species and the fishmen. The balance of the three great powers cannot be depended upon any longer. Who can we use to fill the Seven Warlords' 3 empty seats? We should wait for further development in the New World. The balance of power among the pirates will be shifting soon. We must pick the ones who have the greatest influence. Of the pirate candidates for the 4 empires, he's the only frontrunner. There is no historical precedent for a man who has eaten 2 devil fruits. Only a remaining 4 emperors himself could possibly defeat him, and maybe Marco the Phoenix. The largest problem here is, as always, the D. Oh, you bet it is! God damn. I really hope that I'm right, that the D comes from some inherited will of people who come from a bloodline of the lost people who were taken over by the dragons of shitbaggery. I think that it would be such a beautiful thing for the past influencing the present and being a problem for them. I think that would make me so happy. What is Rayleigh's full name? Do we know?
We don't know his name, but I think his name is Silvers. I think that his family name is Silvers. He's Silvers Rayleigh.
Do we know if he's Rayleigh D. Silvers, though?
Not to your knowledge. He is, as far as we're aware right now, he is Silvers Rayleigh.
I feel like he will be a Rayleigh D. Silvers.
That said, Zoro's not a D. He's just Roro Noah Zoro.
I know, I agree. There's lots of people without the D who can also, because Silver's Dark King Rayleigh. You're right. Yeah, Dark King. The D is for Dark King. I think it would be really interesting, though.
Biker ass voice.
My biker voice?
Yeah.
That's for when I'm in my gang.
Oh, of course.
You know, at night when I go gang it out?
Yeah, I remember now. Sorry.
Yeah. We don't talk about my gang life.
Uh-huh.
First rule about gang life is you don't talk about your gang life. I did forget about Buggy the Clown. Buggy D Clown. Bite me, Buggy D Clown. I am glad he's back with his people, even though I wasn't fussed on Buggy's appearance and his attitude during the war. You can join it. My friend and I have a gang. This is not tongue-in-cheek.
Uh-huh.
It's a girl gang. We drive our bikes screaming out, "Girl gang," while we're in Tofino, up and down the thing. And when people are in our way, we scream, "Girl gang," and then they move. I brought your papa into it. Your dad is now part of this girl gang, and he does shut out girl gang. And that is one of the many reasons that I love him.
Fantastic. Perfect.
The last time we were there, we were freaking biking around, and he was shouting out, "Girl gang!" He drove past surfers.
So do you have any guesses for who might be one of the new 3 warlords that they want to get?
Yeah. So we got our new pirates. If they're stupid, they'll pick the kid, and they are dumb, so I imagine they would.
The thing that makes Kid, I will say this is me reading first read through, that made Kid feel less likely is just that he fucking attacks civilians. Like, that just feels like harder to sell to the people.
So my wonder though is if they would pick the kid thinking that they could tell him, if you want to be this member and you want to be this high up, you simply cannot attack civilians. That's part of the thing. As a way of helping to control, as this person says, they're too murdery. And I'm like, well, maybe that would be one of their methodologies of having a locus of control over the kid. So I think that he has too much intrinsic violence to bring him on in that capacity, but I still feel like they might do it anyways. But I don't feel particularly comfortable about it. I don't know if it's going to be Bonnie or not. Bonnie has some sort of power or ability that isn't Haki And the reason I say this, and you and I talked about it, and I think, it could be an information thing or something, because Blackbeard and Luffy, in my opinion, are both able to notice the Haki in someone. The Haki calls to them, and I think that they are able, that's one of the reasons that they're able to get the crew that they get and surround themselves with the people that they're able to surround themselves with. And so, yet, Blackbeard is like, I don't want you, Jewelry Bonnie, Glutton Bonnie. You're too weak. I can't believe that somebody like you could have a bounty of $100 million.
Berries.
And so that makes you, berries, sorry. So that makes you wonder if he's not able to pick up on an innate Haki and a will, then I think there's something else about her, because when the person from the government shows up at the shores and sees her, they're just like, oh my God, I can't believe you're out in the world. That is way too dangerous. So it could actually be, I think, information that she has or something like that. So I could see her being picked. Also, I could see her being picked because somebody in the Shabodi. You know what? Everyone who wants to correct me about Shabodi.
Well, the only one I want to correct you on is Haki, because hearing Haki is something about it is someone said it's hitting my ears wrong. Something about it is unsettling me. I can't explain.
Haki?
Yeah.
Is it that it sounds so cool?
No.
Moving on. I think that the reason that you don't like the way I say that is because reasons, but I'm okay with that. I don't care. So I think that they said in the comments on that video, I'm glad you like, was it I'm glad you like Bonnie so much?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, okay. I saw the comments because right there at the top, it's the one that shows up when you just look at the video. Underneath the video, it says, I'm glad you like Bonnie so much. And so I looked at that and I thought to myself, oh, that's nice. And then I was like, wait, no, that's off. Okay, so hear me out, everyone.
Hearing you out.
That's weird.
Uh-huh.
Why would anyone just say they were glad that I liked Bonnie so much? Usually when somebody says something like that to me, they also put down like, I'm glad you like Bonnie so much, she's one of my favorites, or I'm glad you like Bonnie so much, she rocks, or whatever. But this just person put, I'm glad you like Bonnie so much. And it was a lowercase b, by the way, which, come on, do better, proper noun it. And so then I was like, that's odd. Let me check how many other people commented on this. So I'm not going to look in the comments.
She didn't read their comments.
I'm not a cheater, but I do want to use information on the edge. So I opened it up and looked. 12 people commented on, I'm glad you like Bonnie so much. That's fucked up. Come on. So I have ascertained that one of three things is possible. Number one, we are either going to have Bonnie be one of the people who becomes one of the 7 warlords, and that's who's going to be chosen, and she's going to make a decision between going to Impel Down, which is a shit show right now, but whatever, we'll see. I'm not a cheater. Bite me. All I did is read a single comment that's at the top of the page and then look how many people commented. That's on the edge of cheating. It's called cheating adjacent. And then number 2, she could end up being a straw hat, because if people were saying, oh, I'm glad you liked Bonnie so much, one of the other reasons could be Bonnie ends up being a straw hat and she doesn't have all her crew with her anymore, and therefore that's the area that she ends up being in. Or number 3, Bonnie has massive important information and ends up taking on more crew and becoming a larger armada. Now, I don't think it's number 3. I'd love it to be number 3, but I don't think so. So I think it's either going to be number 1, Bonnie ends up being as one of the 7 pirates, or number 2, Bonnie ends up being a straw hat. One of those. Bonnie has something going for her, because that isn't cheating. But why would anyone just write the comment, I'm glad you like Bonnie so much? Weird. So yeah, because of that, it put off all my spidey senses. And once there was 12 people who commented, and I was like, thank you for the cheating adjacent information.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I have to say about that. My water is delicious. Do you want to know why my water is delicious, folks?
Because you have water?
Because I have it. Because I have water after a week. I'm glad Mama Drock likes Bonnie so much. capitalize our name. Put a little stank on that B. What is wrong with you? Here we go. You know what I'm glad? I'm glad that two people, after the work that happened in Marineford, decided maybe I should retire because I do not like what, thank you for capitalizing, Bonnie. I do not like that they refuse to tell people the world, all the different people who have escaped from the prison. I do not like that I had to stand up on top of the thing and watch them murder my grandson. And so I like that it ended up making both of them think maybe it was time to retire. Do they let them retire? No, they're like, bite my butt. You can't retire. You're going to have to train people in the new era.
At least you don't have
Every
to
generation
act.
must
You don't have to be
serve
acting
justice.
Marines, but you have to fucking teach people at least.
Yeah. Hey, Shawnee. And so I thought that was pretty cool that he was like, yeah, I can't be in the actual Navy anymore. I can't do it. And they won't let him retire, but at least they got to push themselves out to the edges. And I thought that was pretty cool. This 16 ring incident, is that some kind of message? Yeah, it is, biatch. Watch your, oh my God. And our boy got himself some hockey.
Oh my God. What are we talking about now? Where the fuck are we?
Kobe.
Yeah, you're right. He got observation hockey, and that's why he was freaking out like, stop killing
cool.
people.
Yeah, he got the same powers that we saw up top. Oh, Kobe, my boy. I'm so happy for you.
Like,
I'm also pretty sad for you.
And he was like, I can hear the dying screams of thousands of men. Please stop murder.
Yeah, that was very similar to the up there. And I felt bad for him. But on the other hand, observation, I'm so happy for you. You're going to do such good things with that. And you know what? You're going to bring a little joy to Garp, because Garp, he's not a happy boy right now. He needs a little happiness.
Garp is struggling.
Okay. What does that say? Have been between Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin. Interesting. Put have between Chopper, Zoro. Oh, Chopper and Zoro. I
don't like it.
My.
I don't like it.
I kind of like it. Put have between Nami, Chopper, and then my on the other side of Zoro.
Do I have any advice for someone who's coming back to art after a long slump? Anytime you're struggling to draw, whether it's from artist block or because you haven't drawn in a while, focus on having fun first and foremost. You can focus on work and practice once you have momentum, but momentum comes from having fun, so focus on fun first whenever you're struggling. That's my biggest advice.
Awesome. Put still where have is, because I have still my crew. So switch places. Here's what I'm saying. Get crew out of where it is, because that's where your logo goes. So put crew in between Usopp and, and find a way to, I still have my crew, and that way your logo can still go in that corner. If you lift my
That's not terrible.
I still have my crew.
The problem is that humans have more of a, English speakers have more of a left-right bias than an up-down bias, so this will read to most people as I have still my crew. Especially if we lower it a bit.
Maybe.
Look, that's just comicsology. That's just comic math. This reads as I still have my crew.
Maybe. That's weird. That's not how I read it, though. Interesting.
How do you read this?
I have still my crew.
What? But you... Okay, but...
Yeah. I go on high-low.
The bias is usually left-right first.
Interesting. Yeah, not me. Let's move forward. Okay. And the Pirate King's former first mate was with him, the Dark King Silver Rayleigh. Right now, Marineford workers are rebuilding the city, and spectators are gathered from around the world. And civilians of all kinds are coming and going at will throughout the oceans. So this made me think about something I hadn't noticed up until now in this one place when he was going on about civilians are coming and going throughout the world. I was like, do civilians not travel? Are the only people who travel freely throughout here the people who are in the Navy or people who are pirates? Are they?
We know that at least some rich people do because of the cruiser that Sanji was on, but nobles can. Civilians, I think, are stuck in their country.
I like that layout too. It's good. Try putting your logo in there to see if you like it, because otherwise, if you don't, your logo can go on Luffy's white body.
Yeah, we'll see.
And you can move crew back where you had it. Because it started to make me think about the locum of control that the government has. And I started, locus of control that the government has. And I started to wonder, like, are they keeping normal people from being able to travel?
Well, the sea train exists. Some people can travel.
But the sea train, does it exist between multiple islands, like all islands? It felt like it was only like a relatively small area.
I still have my Drox.
Am I wrong?
Maybe this does go over.
Am I wrong?
It does only connect a couple islands. So some people travel, but travel is definitely not that easy. The big thing is travel between the blues is basically unheard of if you're not if you're not high.
So this is what I was thinking. And it's clear now with how fast people like Garp are moving and other people within the government that the government has a method of moving in between, like East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, blah, blah, blah. They have a means of getting to and fro much easier. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, I like that too. I'm kind of wondering, like, it's interesting that they're specifically mentioning that civilians of all kinds, it's very highlighted, are coming and going at will. So to me, that's a very interesting statement to show that they feel like they've lost some control over civilians, and civilians have the option and ability, I like that better too, to move at will throughout the territory. Like, it really feels like that's a very big deal, because then civilians are able to get the information that isn't just propaganda. So we know we have the news coups taking news all over the world. But once civilians are able to talk openly to each other and move around the world, it starts to make me think about how civilians will be able to share information, and it will keep the government from having such deep control. Because once there's a freedom of movement, there's a freedom of information. Okay. Also, after Monkey D. Luffy entered the plaza, he rang the ox bell 16 times. When I saw the ox bell being rung, and I found out that it was about starting a new year, but he used it as starting a new age, which P.S. Phenomenal. Well done, friend. After I saw that, I started to think about the other bell that we saw in Skypiea. And P.S. if people don't like Skypiea and they skip it, shame on you. Shame. Yeah. Because Skypiea has set a whole bunch of shit up. When you see this bell being rung, and I talked about how I feel that in the future, there's going to be some kind of joy brought out by this bell, maybe by other instruments as well. When you see this bell being used, it was that exact same thing as we saw in Skypiea. And when I talked about how Romans and English later on would use the customs, the traditions, etc. of the people that they conquered to make those people accept their new rule easier. And when I saw this bell being rung, I thought, that's freaking fascinating. What parts of that were stolen from the culture that was covered up? And therefore, how are they using this in a way that eventually is going to bring out missing people, missing ideas, missing things? And so I think it was very poignant that it is a bell, because I think that the bells in the future are going to be a thing that connect parts of the world again, like I told them before when I was talking about Skypiea. So fascinating that it's a frickin' bell being rung. I like the idea of bells being rung all over the world, and we'll get into that later.
I like
and
it.
Then it turns out I do not like the kid anymore. In fact, I might like him less.
Which kid?
The kid. The shit kid. The one who kills people.
Charlos?
What are you talking about?
What? Oh, Kid. The
Killer.
I forget that you call Kid the Kid.
Yeah, no, I don't like him anymore. He sucks.
Okay.
Eustace the Kid.
Okay.
I think he sucks.
He's the Kid.
And I hate him more. I thought the new world would be more fun. What's with these cowards? Give us a break. We're just leaving these waters. Let us return to paradise alive. Oh, you mean the loving bosom of your families? If you're not prepared to die, don't come to these waters. You know what, Captain Kidd? Then you have a person who has been crucified onto a wood. Not a fan. But did I ever see the bottom of the, or could it be like a moon? Did I ever see the bottom of Maxim?
The Arc Maxim? I think I saw it.
Because I don't remember there being sucky uppy weird things on the bottom of Maxim.
Wait, this. Why? What? I'm so confused.
Well, because Capone Gang Beji, Pesci Beji, his boat gets lifted out of the water and sucked up, and there's weird like almost octopus suckers on the bottom of the thing that's above him, lifting him up. So is that Eminem come down to lift
the Arc
up
Maxim did not
Capone's...
have anything that wasn't like lightning related, I think, on the bottom.
Yeah, so that's why I looked at this and I was
it's
like,
just a massive rock pulling him up.
What?
A big rock. Apparently it's just a big rock.
Well, all we see is
I don't know, man.
Some big thing.
Oh, it's a weird rock.
All we see is something.
It's a weird rock, people say.
No, it's not just a weird rock. That is a weird thing to say. Come on, people. It's got weird sucky things on it that look like octopus suckers. So I am on page 14 of 19 in chapter 594. And it seems to be like sucky, uppy, weird things in it. Or rocket or something. And it almost looks moon-shaped, but I don't know. But it says, no, we're being sucked up into it, which is why I called it weird, sucky, uppy things. That's taking him up. And I was like, well, it can't be the Arc Maxim, because I think I saw the bottom of it, and I don't recall it having anything like that. Sometimes you just encounter weird shit, and then, come on, people. I'm trying to make up ideas here.
My take is that all of these random shots are just meant to show us how weird the new world is, and that Luffy made the right choice by taking a breather to get ready.
Well, he's being sucked up, so I don't know if it's a new island and it's in the air and it's sucking him up, but there are definitely sucky uppy things taking over this dude and his
I do love the scientific term of sucky uppy things.
Hey.
Yeah.
I want to maintain a high standard of scientific possibility, and that's why I call them the sucky uppy things.
Yeah, I understand. I get what you're going for, and I think you're doing a great job at it.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I strive for it.
Apparently the Arc Maxim had jet dials on the bottom, which do the opposite of sucky uppy. Those are blowy outies.
Yeah, that would be a push off. Those are blowy aways. So blowy that would never work. Yeah. Scientific accuracy is really important.
Beji's ship is called the Nostra Castella, which is cool.
That is
also,
cool.
I want to say, someone used a first time chat to insult my hair, and I love my hairstyle, but I will say, every once in a while, I just touch my head out of expression, trying to be expressive, and it's so easy to make this hairstyle look terrible by touching it once, so I just went and checked, and no, it did need a reordering.
People use their first time chat to make fun
look,
of
it's
you?
rude, but also it didn't look good at the moment. If I accidentally touch my hair like once, it fucks up.
This person here said these names carry the same vibes as walkie-talkie, and I want to say they do.
They do.
So if you can have walkie-talkie and that's okay, why can't you have sucky-uppy?
You know what? You make a great point. Look, expression, exasperation, same difference, really.
Exactly. I love that Basil Hawkins does the thing, because we talked about this earlier. I'm brown beard.
So
I'll try again. I'll try not to laugh. Okay, here we go. I'm Brownbeard, the great pirate Brownbeard. The bounty on my head is over 80 million berries. Remember my name. This is my territory now. Oh my god. You know what?
My guy,
Honestly,
I'm literally famous for having a bounty of over 100 million. Why are you bragging about 80? My guy, step off.
You know, bite a rotten Twinkie. I see your name is ridiculous. I thought I'd misheard you. Let me tell you two things. One, I hate jokes. Two, the shadow of death is on your face today. Oh, yeah. You remember when I told you that I really enjoy me some Basil Hawkins?
Yeah, I do. I do remember this.
I just want to highlight that I super stand by that. That dude is freaking awesome. He kills.
Someone said that it would
Good
look
for you,
better in
Basil
handwriting,
Hawkins.
and you're right, but my handwriting's terrible, so I'm mostly going to trace the font.
Oh, that is too bad, actually. Because
Oh,
I have very decent handwriting.
I have awful handwriting, but if I trace the font, maybe it'll come out okay. I think I actually paid for this font.
Yeah. I love his eyebrows. You are not wrong. And his eyebrows are the same as the beard on Rayleigh, so I love that for them too.
Hawkins is not one who's ever done something for me, but I'd never judge anyone for their warlord of choice or for their supernova of choice, because everybody has a weird supernova that stands out to them as amazing for no good reason. And I cannot defend liking Scratchman Apu. There's no reason for it. He's just great.
I really like him. I don't know why. He's kind of cool. And I hate his design.
Really?
Kind of love him though. I don't know what it is. Like he grew on me immediately. I like that Arouge is at a place where it's just like nonstop lightning coming down to his face. And then we've got a chick who looks like she just came out from Boil, Boil, Bubble and Troubling, who's like, hey, would you want to like an umbrella? An umbrella?
I love...
She literally just says, would you like an umbrella?
The idea that he is one of Eneru's priests and who abandoned him becomes so much funnier if it makes this island so much funnier, where he's like, really? Of all the places I could end up, I end up on Lightning Island? Fucking great.
It's pretty amazing,
and,
in my opinion.
God, even if not, it's fun. It's so sad for him because he's a Birkin and Eneru destroyed Burka with lightning. So he's like, cool. Cool. Love this.
What I loved is this once again shows the craziness of Blackbeard. He goes to an island. He's having his moment. He's captured Jewelry Bonnie, which, you know what? Then he goes and says, like, you're way too weak. I don't know how somebody like you got a bounty of over 100 million berries. The new world is only for the strong. And to think you came all the way from the South Blue. Unfortunately, your journey's at an end. And then he's like, but if you'll be my woman... Oh,
yep, terrible.
Yeah. I'll take you along. And then she kicks the shit out of him from being tied up. And then they're like, women should have class. I have enough ruffians. You know what? Zay, ha, ha, ha. Stuff it up your ass sideways. And so then when dude comes in and rescues her because Blackbeard does exactly what he does. Oh, shit. Did they bring a warship I promised? There's a ship, all right, but I don't think it's present. Well, you know what? I'm not ready for this. Let's get the hell out of here. It made me laugh my ass off because that's exactly the right thing for him. Yep. That he would be like, yeah, no, I haven't played with my abilities enough yet. There's no way I'm taking this person on. I need a little more time. And if I take him out, I'm not ready for what falls out on the other side of that yet.
Like,
so there's
even
no
if
way
he
in
wins,
hell.
what does he have to gain? So he's just like, fuck it. Why bother?
Exactly. Drop and give him 5. He's way too practical. He's not going to get involved in a pissing match when he can't win. It's go time.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I feel like every time I talk, when Drock is down on the ground.
But I will say, the series is constantly trying to enforce, I'm still putting my earbud, the series is constantly trying to enforce the idea that Blackbeard's the second best pirate. That's going to be the thesis of the Blackbeard video. What killed
Yeah.
Ace? Not being willing to run from Akainu. Why is Blackbeard still alive?
Exactly.
He's fucking willing to run from Akainu.
He's just like, when it's time to run, you run.
When it's time to run, you run. When it's time to fight, you fight. Simple as.
Thank you for the purple triangles.
Thank you so much for the wonderful bits.
I don't know what they are, but they're pretty. So this is what's so awesome, and why even if it wasn't for the person who's like, I'm glad you like Bonnie with a small b, that I was like, a cold, and we know who this is. This is a man who I hate with my whole heart.
Yeah. Who did?
Who a house should drop on him. And when he said, a cold shiver ran through me when I heard you'd run away from the government, but it's all over now. I was like, sweet baby pickle. What does this chick know?
Immediately becomes way more mysterious.
Oh, yeah. And I love that Blackbeard didn't find out or know whatever it was.
So
I was like, hey, Blackbeard.
It's clearly something he's not privy to, because if she's this valuable to the government, he might have been more interested in taking her otherwise.
Exactly. And I love when crap-face, stupid-headed, pink flamingo doofus brain goes in for his meeting. Who the hell is he meeting with? Who is wearing this wicked hat? Who has this hat? It's a bowler hat.
Who do we know who owns a bowler hat?
When did you become my boss? I don't know. I was trying to remember who had a damn bowler.
I can't think of
it. I haven't met anyone. Yeah, so there's a bowler hat. So he meets this person with a bowler hat, and they say, and this is after we find out that he actually was trying to kill, he just vanished. Literally, just vanished. It surprised me. I didn't even know the shadow fruit had that kind of power. This is no laughing matter. Can't you do your job right? Watch your mouth. When did you become my boss? I don't care how much pull you have with the government. I'm a pirate. It has nothing to do with me. If I lose interest in our little deal here, I can quit being one of the 7 warlords anytime, and don't forget that.
How
is Bowler
But
Hat?
how could Moria have vanished? How could he suddenly disappear? He doesn't have a power. The shadow fruit shouldn't let him disappear.
You're funny. I started to think that he went into one of his crews or went into Don DeFlamingo.
That'd be cool. My theory was just the very simple Absalom saved him. Because say what you will about Moria, his crew loves him.
Who is this, Mickrick? Kaito, whisper me who the bowler hat guy is. I don't remember.
I genuinely don't remember who Bowler Hat guy is at all.
Kaito, whisper me who the bowler hat is too. I don't remember. I see a Murphy nickname enjoyer. Interesting. So they're sitting in the world government. They're at an office desk, and so I'm like, and they're in the sacred place. But I'm just like, who the hell is this? Because he told him when he was killing him that somebody much more powerful had sent him to do the bidding. So I'm like, oh, in my hope of hopes, he shoved himself into somebody, but then what would happen to his body? Because his body just disappeared. So I don't know.
I'm trying to tweak with this because I'm not feeling like it's quite done, but I can't figure out what it needs. Well, we'll get there. Yeah, I mean, my take was literally just Absalom showed up and saved him because his crew seems to love him. That was what I hypothesized when I saw this.
Yeah, and I could see that, and I could see that Absalom could wrap his see-through body around him and take him and blah, blah, blah.
Because anything he touches, he can turn invisible.
He can turn it invisible as well, and it makes more sense. And sometimes you have to get licked by Absalom. That just is what it is. Get it? Because he won. He got licked by him, but he licks everything. Okay, here we go.
Kaito put who's in the spoiler channel. Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, it probably is. That's insane.
Yeah, I know bowler hat guy is important. Now I want to know more.
It's set up for later. I just wouldn't think about that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, no. Oh, you're right. The thing about Doppelman Shadow is, first of all, and hear me out on this one, Moria yells Doppelman Shadow when he uses it. Second of all, it does leave a giant Shadow Moria in its place, which maybe if Dofi's having a really lazy day, he'd see that happen and be like, you know what? He gotta wait.
Okay, I want to go back to Chopper. And this person was like, you're missing Chopper's ears.
Yeah. I'm looking this up because
I don't want to talk about that.
If his ears aren't visible, guys. His ears aren't visible unless his eyes
off,
right? Oh no, they are. They're just under the ant layers. They're under the ant layers. Like this.
Can I move on?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay. I love that when Chopper goes back to the island, he pulls an Usopp. Because Chopper admires Usopp so much. So it shows that Chopper actually does know that Usopp is the Sniper King. At the same time as it shows that Chopper's like, I'm going to take a page from my hero Usopp. He goes back down to the island with the birds and the people, and he says, no, I'm not that guy. I'm somebody else. I'm his friend, Chopper Mask.
It's such a good bit.
I mean, at least Usopp had Sniper King, but Chopper Mask? Where did Chopper go? The disguise isn't fooling anyone. It's not a disguise. Don't be so cruel, guys. Maybe we should just humor him. And then he gets so upset that they're humoring him. Oh, geez, when you're nice, it makes me feel worse, and pulls it off. But I love that he took a moment to become Chopper Mask when he came back down. Just like his good buddy Usopp. I also love that he completely is the most rude, decimating asshat to these people. This island is filled with powerful medicinal plants. We have great pharmacology. I misjudged these villagers based on their looks, but now that I think about it, their weapons were all really high tech. And then he says, there were a lot of plants, blah, blah, blah. And he says, they look like a tribe of primitive savages, but their technological achievements are impressive. There's so much to learn here. Raccoon, maybe you're not aware that you were thinking out loud. That first part was really rude.
Such a good bit, though. Hey, wait. Sorry, Zero Knowledge has a point. Mama, obviously, Chopper Mask doesn't know what you're talking about. He came there to help his friend Chopper. Where are we doing this?
That's a good point. You make such a good point about that. One? So good. You know what else I loved about this, besides the fact that Chopper was the rudest thing ever, and said that they look like primitive savages, and I was like, oh my God, man.
No.
I love that we got to see every single one of the Straw Hats take a time to remember why it is that they joined and what it was that Luffy did for them that brightened them up, what sunshine Luffy brought into his life. And it was really important that that happened because they've only been together for about 6 months at this point. What do you think? 6 months?
I think it's somewhere like 3 or 4, but yeah, not a long time.
Shit. And now they're going to spend 2 years with other people building themselves to come back and be a stronger crew. In order for that to be the truth, you have to know that you need to legitimately have a deep emotional connection and have had something fired up inside of you that you would do all of this work and put all of this in to come back to your same people again. And so you have 6 or 7 months that you've been together, or 3 or 4, I don't know. This person says 6 or 7.
Okay.
And then you're going to spend 2 years apart building yourself up to be a better crew. It's really important that we're reminded of what it is that Luffy brought to each one of them, specifically Luffy, because they are rallying around Luffy. And so it's really, really important that that's what we see. And I really appreciated that we got to see Chopper with "shut up, come with us," and standing there and bringing this new light and life into Chopper's life. And it was important that we got to see Robin standing there remembering when Spandam was saying, like, basically, bite me, you don't deserve to be alive. And Luffy asking her to choose to live. Every single one of them has a reason why Luffy is the thing that turned hope on inside of their hearts. And it was really important for us to be remembered that Luffy is the glue that drags them back, or the magnet that pulls them back towards him, so that we can understand that even though they've only been together for this short time, they are coming back together. And that the draw of Luffy is much, much stronger, and the draw of being family. So already, and this tells us already, they have become family. And it's really important that we make that connection, because then we think about who Luffy was as a young man, and the way that found family is everything to him. And he attaches himself, and they attach themselves to him, because he gives them absolute reason to believe in him. And then we remember that he inherited apparently this same type of will from his father, that his father is also the type of person who brings out this loyalty in others. And we get to see kind of that parallel universe between the two of them. And I think it's so cool and so important, because while all these people are having their adventures and they're becoming stronger for the crew, it's incredible that we are reminded, no, they're coming back. They're family now. 2 years is going to be nothing to them. That 6 months is everything. It's where they learn to be family, and it's where they learn to feel love. And Luffy turned a light inside of them that they want to go back to. That's awesome.
I fully agree and have nothing to add.
I like how you created the same blank space that I always do to you.
Yeah.
I'm like, empty space of no talking. Fill it in, biatch. Fill it in.
Red Luffy do be kind of nice, but I don't know if I like it as much as just the stained white. Stained white is looking good.
I like Luffy as a white. I don't know where it is, but I want some more black hatch.
I've been thinking about that.
You know, I can't figure it out.
I've been thinking about that. About a place.
Is it in his cheeks?
Let's try adding some more solid black. That's what's definitely needed here.
Yeah, I don't know where, but I'm not an artist. Zoro. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
You know I love a Mihawk,
are you
right?
ready to cry? That ain't it.
No, I'm not gonna cry. I'm Dark Mama Drock.
Dark Mama Drock.
Dark Mama Drock.
Problem is, if you add the solid black, it looks like beard. Well, that's not bad. All right,
under
let's
his
go.
chin? I don't know. Zoro. Oh, you know what? I'm just looking at Zoro's face, and he has just hatch marks over top of his eyes that give his eyes some depth. Maybe that's it. Like, it literally goes from the top of his brow bone down to just under his eye.
Yeah,
I don't know. They're just lines.
Zoro has this line here.
Dark Mama Drock, don't crash. She just releases excess body water. Thank you, Cody. Okay, Zoro having this time with Mihawk. Mihawk has already told him, you need to fight the donkeys. Why are you... The donkeys, the monkeys. Why are you doing this? He needs to fight the donkey. Why are you doing this? You're only humiliating yourself. I want to get stronger. Thrashed by the monkeys and unable to go to sea. I have nothing to teach a man who can't finish what he starts. I beat the monkeys. He defeated them? You're the only one left to take down. But I'm not stupid enough to think I can beat you yet. I don't understand. You would kowtow to a mortal foe and beg him to instruct you? Why? To surpass you. You want me to teach you the sword so one day you can take my head. You're a strange one. You're still a shameless fool. So you value something more than your own pride. Ghost Girl, see to his injuries. When your wounds have healed, I will instruct you. Such a clumsy fool when a man of your caliber abandons his pride is always for the sake of another. I freaking adore this.
To me,
I adore that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is the culmination of both Zoro and Mihawk's arcs.
Yes. I'm 100%. And getting to see Mihawk, because you and I are going to talk about this more when we talk about Blackbeard and freedom and stuff, but getting to see Mihawk have a different purpose.
Yeah.
and have Zoro as a student and get to be a teacher and see that Zoro, with all of his talent and with all of his ability, is willing to give up all of his pride just so that he can be stronger for Luffy.
Just after Mihawk has seen a man, he himself is like, I'm the world's strongest, and then sees a man who's like, oh my god, there is a power greater than mine. Everyone will do anything they can to help that boy. And now Mihawk is like, and now he's done it to me, motherfucker.
Exactly.
And now I'm gonna do stuff to help that boy.
I love how he found out how much he wanted to help out Luffy. And that he was like, God damn it, I'm Mihawk. I'm a lone wolf. I run this ocean by myself. And then he's like, and now I'm training for King Zoro. God damn it. And it felt so like curmudgeon-y hero. And I love a curmudgeon-y hero. The whole talk about what this is the power to overwhelm the color of the Supreme King. Most people who made a name for themselves in this world possess this power. Though you can control the color of the Supreme King, you cannot train to be stronger directly. I love that we got to see what Haki is, how it works, what Luffy has, why Luffy is so cool. And then the thing that I love the most in 597, shut the sweet door. You couldn't have come up with a better picture, is a thousand words. He takes his frickin' hat off and puts it on a rock and says, let's get started, Rayleigh. And it was like, that scene could not have ended any other way. There is no other way he could end it. As soon as he did that, I was like, you brilliant bastard. By ending it with Luffy taking his hat and putting on to the side and just saying, you know what? I'm leaving this onto the side until I've trained up enough to put it back on my head again. I am not a strong enough pirate right now, but I will be. Oh, that was a brilliant, brilliant choice. I'm here for it all the way.
So
the thing that you were saying that I may have earned a diamond star for is that I predicted Haki
on the sea
like
train.
a million years ago.
On the sea train.
On the sea train.
Now, this is a theory I've had for a long time. I've seen a lot of people disagree with it, and this is what I was excited about Mama Drock noticing, that it felt like the Straw Hats were getting stronger in a way that wasn't strength. And I've had a few other people, first-time readers, notice this. And we now learn about armament and observation Haki. And we have these comments that people have of, how are you reacting so fast? You seem inhumanly tough. And Mama Drock noticed that on the sea train, that the Straw Hats seemed to be able to will themselves to be stronger, that because they had more ambition, because they had more drive to succeed, they were able to will themselves and have more will to become stronger, which to me, I genuinely think is Mama Drock noticing something I did, but retrospectively. She noticed that ahead of time, that the Straw Hats were passively learning Haki and using it in a clumsy way to be stronger until then, noticing that there is a way in this world to will yourself stronger with drive and motivation. Like, that's crazy that you noticed that so early. So yes, you absolutely get a diamond star for noticing something I haven't seen someone notice on their first read through then. Yeah, like, a lot of people don't seem really disagree that the Straw Hats were passively using weak forms of Haki until then, but that's all that explains that every time they go through a hard fight and find deeper motivation, that they're able to get stronger. By the way, do you want to read chapter 0 today on stream if someone finds it for you?
Maybe. I have a few things I wanted to go over first.
Okay. We definitely need to get to the rest of them, and we have to do closing. But how do you even do top 5 for post-war? Like, what even happens? Like,
it's a really hard one, but I have a top 5.
Okay, I'm excited. But yeah, you get a diamond star. I'm fucking very happy to give you this one.
Because I hate my other diamond star. It can burn in hell.
Your other diamond star is not nearly as fun, huh?
It can burn in hell, but this diamond star feels so good. I love it.
Something's happening.
Just wait.
Sorry, your hand is being forced. Your hand is being forced. We'll get to it after. We have 33 seconds.
Tattoo, you rotten kid. All right, here we go. I'm ready to rock this
one
out.
You don't want to wait 25 seconds?
You want 25 seconds of airtime prior to doing our YouTube?
If Kaito's going to the effort of a countdown, I want to respect it.
Yeah, the last time Kaito did a countdown, they started from 1,000.
I'm not going to respect that one.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember thinking, like, damn, that was a long damn time.
3, 2, 1.
And boom. 1. Hey, YouTube,
Hi.
It's me, Mama Drop.
Yeah, I know you. I'm here.
You're sitting here and you're watching this right now and you're thinking, this is good stuff. You're right. It is good stuff.
Great stuff.
Here's what you need to do. Press subscribe.
Okay.
Then go to the bell.
Oh, yeah.
Click all.
Doing it.
Bob's your uncle. Now you're going to know about this every single time it comes out. And honestly, is it going to change your life? Yes. Mm-hmm. Is it going to change the way other people see you? 1,000%. Cool. Will it be better? Jury's out. Jury's out.
Oh, wait,
all I know is subscribe.
Wait, so it will change how people see me, but you don't know if for the better. All right, I'll take that gamble.
Subscribe. Subscribe right now. Also, press the like button. Why aren't you going to press the like button? You're sitting here. You clearly liked this. You're at the end of the bloody video. If you've watched the entire thing, you like it enough to press like. I mean, let's be serious. Yeah. If you're not pressing like now, that's just some weird power trip. Get over it. Press like. Here's the second one. Hey, YouTube, it's me, Mama Drock. Press like and then press subscribe, and then press subscribe, and then press like.
No, that'll unlike and unsubscribe.
And then press it again and again. You know how to do this. Also, let me make another mention. You got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Yeah, that's the new song I wrote specifically for this moment. The other thing I just want to tell you, YouTube, is Tube of you of Tube. From now on, when we do our announcements that there's going to be a upcoming stream, and then you all ask, what the hell? How is she already there? I just saw Saboti. And Saboti. Is she possibly already here? The answer is we Twitch, man. It's twitching. It's live stream. It's twitched. It's not magic. It's a Twitch. Anyway, when you go to those announcements and you find out what we're going to be twitching, that is the moment that we're going to have a question panel. It's the SBS, but it's a little more interactive. You put your questions, your ideas, or your hellos there, and I will talk back to you. And what are we calling it? What are we calling it?
I don't remember what you were calling it.
God damn it.
Do you not remember what you were calling it? Man.
I don't remember shit. That's why I lean on you,
Asked
man.
and answered?
It's ITQ?
ITQ. It's the ITQ.
Is it ITQ?
I take questions?
Yeah.
It's ITQ. No, we're calling it ITQ.
Fine. It's ITQ. You ask questions, you interact, and I'll answer you back. And from now on, ITQ it up. I'm taking questions. Okay, you know what? Let's do a second one. Twitch family. Ignore the whole first one. Person who's editing, erase it like it never happened. Only the Twitchers know. Here we go. I'm going to do this so bloody smooth, so goddamn smooth. You're not even going to believe it. Here we go. Hey, YouTube. From now on, when you get announcements that we're going to have a Twitch stream coming up, that's your opportunity to ask Mama Drop a question. Maybe drop a line. It's called the ITQ. I'm taking questions. Questions about what? Well, that's up to you. But try not to be rude. I'm a mama.
Okay.
Get your head out of the gutter.
What the fuck?
That's all.
Did you in the touchdown line decide that hadn't been weird enough?
Yes.
Chapter 0 link in the media chat if you want to today. Okay, what did we need to touch on that you wanted to touch on before we do closing segments?
Ooh, I need to touch on the fact that I'm dying here. The coffin, I'm dying here. Okay. Here we go.
You're thrilled to edit this?
I made that normal, right?
Lav is going to, you know the way they edit. They are going to put so much time into what you just gave them to work with.
When Lav does closings,
Yeah,
They put some
there's
shit
a
in.
reason
Okay,
that
here we
Lav
go.
is just because we're splitting up efforts, is doing the plug and top five and countdown closing segments, the plug and closing segments for Marineford.
Here we go. So right away, in the future, I believe that Blackbeard is also going to be training somewhere during these 2 years. He is probably going to be using his training while he goes around to different areas that he knew used to belong to Whitebeard. He's going to be using these as opportunities to have his combined devil fruits. Number 2, the rebellion is going to up its activities. Robin is going to become a part of it for sure. I think she's going to meet our Luffy's other brother, Sabo, and I think that's going to be amazing. And if she doesn't, I'm going to be so goddamn angry. And then when she comes back, something I'd like to say is that while the Straw Hats are gone, an amazing thing is happening at each one of the islands and the places that the Straw Hats are. As they're divided, they are all training, but they're also creating ripple effects where they are connecting with other people in various parts of the world. So they're bringing together people who are going to be able, in my opinion, to be called on by Luffy. They're kind of creating goodwill. I mean, Nami is doing it in a weird way, but we got 2 years, Nami. I trust you.
Yep.
And so I think it's a way of spreading that love for Luffy, that connection to people, whether they know it or not yet.
This person who's asking about corkboards, we kind of just are entering a corkboard corner right now. Like, that's with the vibe.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, corkboard corner. All right, we're there. We're in it. Keep going.
It's very, very interesting that one of the people who was at the top actually said that that Luffy returning and living is returning from something that only a god could live and return from. Luffy is yeah, no, I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Okay.
I believe that the idea of Sabo being killed by the opposite of freedom is a thing that we're going to have to lean into more. In this time now, I think that the government is going to attempt to spread itself in all the different areas and to fight back against the pirates taking over different areas. But they're going to find that they just don't have the resources. Lots of people are going to sign up to be in the government, but they're going to be so low trained. But at the same time that all this is going on in the 2 years that the Straw Hats are gone, those people who are now entering into the government, who are brand new, I want to be in the government. The government can never lose. Like we saw a whole bunch of panels within there. So we're going to actually train government people up. And I think that the influx of government Navy people is going to increase greatly. The 16 bells really means something. I can't connect it right now, the 16 rings of the bells. I understand that there is 16 bells ringing, and it's actually going to mean something very important. I really don't have enough information. I pondered and realized, no, Oda hasn't given me anything. I just have a feeling on my skin. I think that Eminem is going to come back into predominance. I am hoping that Eminem ends up in a place that's close to where Frankie is and that he has some kind of change of heart. I doubt it. But I think Eminem is going to come back in the next half of this piece.
Okay.
And I think that Dr. Vegapunk is actually not evil and working for the government, and we're going to find out that he is actually helping us out in some way.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any prediction on a new fleet admiral now that our man Sengoku's stepping down?
Yeah, and he said, who did he recommend? He recommended...
I think he recommended Ice Boy.
A Kaido? Yeah.
Was
okay.
it Ice Boy? I forgot who he recommended.
No, I think he did. He recommended Ice Boy.
Yeah,
Akiji. I don't know. Akiji. I don't know. It's not going to be Akiji. Can I think about that one? I haven't really thought about it.
Well, we know it's not Garp because Garp is retiring from active duty.
Yeah, 100%. At the same time as the government is getting a whole bunch of new people, the ocean is going to be filled with baby pirates. So in the next 2 years, we're going to see a whole bunch of people coming up there and clogging up the system with their pirating. It's kind of like a whole brand new moment with Gold G. Roger, where everybody is coming out in droves, which is going to, I'm wondering if it's going to act like Katamari Damacy, where some of the stronger pirates are going to suck in some of the other groups and bring them into their teams, a la Foxy, but I'm not certain yet. We'll see. Yeah. we are going to get another pirate. I don't know if if we're going to have Luffy and the Straw Hats rescue their friend Bonnie, and that's why she's going to be a member of our crew. I don't know where the rest of her crew are going and if they're just going to take her to them. But part of me feels like Bonnie is going to be a pirate. What is that part of me?
By pirate
for us
you mean
and the Straw Hats.
Hat.
Straw Hat. And that feeling simply comes from people saying, I'm glad she liked Bonnie.
That's exactly what they sounded like. I was there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to do it in their tone of voice. Are you ready?
This is about to be regionalist, is my feeling. I mean, it already was. It kind of felt that way.
I'm glad she likes the Bonnie.
Okay, never mind.
There you
never
go.
Mind. You're allowed to be regionalist against
them. That's how they said it. Okay, that's fine. That's how I've done it. And I think that Bonnie has information that's really, really important that the government is trying to hide. I also feel, new prediction, like one of the things that's going to occur while Robin is with them is that she is going to be able to look at some of the information that the rebels have, and she's going to get deeper into the poneglyphs and figure some shit out while they are separated. I believe that it's going to be, I cannot wait for them to come together. And I think that Luffy is going to be buffed up. I'm hoping this is where he gets the yellow belt that I put on his felting. I think this is when Chopper maybe will soon get a new hat, like the one that I have from Christmas somebody gave me. It was me. I gave it to me. People are loving this. I'm glad you like Bonnie. It's so
I love the person said, I'm glad you
hilarious.
liked Hirosh.
I'm glad you liked Bonnie. As strong as I am, Pearl sucks. Okay. And I think when the Straw Hats get back together, I'm wondering how we're going to do, like, reunion is going to start with a party, OVs. And then I'm wondering what it's going to look like for our Straw Hats' first battle, like what we're going to find out about their strengths. God, I am so excited. Thank you, Kaza. I'm so excited to see how they discover each other's skills. I'm so excited for that, right? Like, every one of them is leveling up.
We're reading that live for patrons.
We are reading it live for patrons at a $1 patron level.
Yeah. People want to know who you think is going to get there first. No, Ollie, they're not attacked.
Out of the Straw Hat?
Yeah.
Why are they asking that? Is that a big deal? Does something happen?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm just reading what they're saying. People just like you predicting stuff.
Why? Guys, why? I'm just one kid. I'm just one kid with an army inside of me. Yeah, I don't know. Who's going to get there first? In my heart of hearts, I would hope it was Usopp, honestly. That would be my hope. I wanted to not like Usopp so much, and now I'm just like need Usopp to come back and be with
Patreon
Luffy.
Doesn't exist yet. It will soon.
So much. Who is gonna have the biggest glow up? Now that's a worthy question.
This is a good question. Who is the best glow up? I'll tell you.
Frankie.
Frankie? Okay. I'll tell you. Let me tell you. I have my opinion on who has the best glow up.
Wait.
Yeah.
That's cheating. Frankie just has the best glow up because his face has been burnt off, and whatever he does is the best glow up. So
okay,
no.
So wait. Were you gonna argue no matter what, if Frankie came back with a face, you were gonna be like, see, it's the best glow up. Last time I saw him, he didn't have a face.
Best glow up.
His
face is back.
That's clever. That's a good bit. That's a really, really good bit.
But I couldn't do it.
Oh my god, I kind of wish you'd committed. That's fucking funny. I'd be if Frankie came back looking ugly and you didn't like his design, I'd be like, see, you lost, and you'd be like, no. Look, he didn't have a face last time. It's still a glow up.
He's got a face.
That's fucking good. That's fucking good.
God, I just couldn't follow through. I'm not a big enough Jin. Okay, I wish I played the long game. You know what? I'll get a new long game.
One of my favorite post-time skip designs is one of everybody else's least favorites.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of one that people generally think was better pre-time skip. I would say almost every Straw Hat, the average opinion is people like them better. There's 3 I'd say that people on average like worse post time skip?
I think Chopper's going to have a remarkable glow up because he's going to get the blue hat with the pink.
Okay.
But it's not enough.
Okay.
That's not enough. I mean, Robin, what does she do? Get a new bloody haircut? Grow her hair out? Wear a new outfit? Get beefed?
Buff Robin would be hilarious, honestly. Something about Robin coming back jacked as hell. Like, wait, isn't your thing archaeology? And she's like, I got real into lifting.
I would love to see Robin come up like a real Tina Turner arms.
Honestly,
that's what I would love.
Kind of win.
That would be so good.
There are 3 I've seen a lot of complaints about post time skip that I think people on average like.
I think the biggest blow up is either going to be Frankie because he is going to do a lot of shit to his body, or Usopp. And I'm going to say Usopp.
Okay, we're predicting Usopp for biggest glow up. All right. Oh my god, Robin buff as hell because she's carrying a poneglyph. That's great, honestly.
Yeah, Robin.
That sounds good.
I wonder if anyone's going to come back with a dragon fruit, or with a devil fruit. A dragon fruit. Dragon fruit's real. Come on. I wonder if anyone's going to come back with a devil fruit. It's fascinating to me. And then I also want to predict that Luffy is going to teach the other crew members how to use Haki.
All right. We'll add that to the predictions. I feel like you went through predictions so fast for a bit there that you were just testing how fast Kaido can write. Testing the strength of her goddamn fingers.
You're welcome, Kaido. I have faith in you. It'll be fine. Ask Mama dropped if Sunny would be okay, and if yes, protected for 2. Yeah. No. You know what?
Yeah.
Old handsome head. He got it.
You trust Duval? You think he's got this?
I don't know why I shouldn't trust old handsome head, but something about him is like, you know what? It's going to be shit, and shit's going to get crazy, and maybe they're going to have to get it back, and he tried to protect it and then shit went wild. But for some reason, I think we're going to get our boat back, man.
Someone saying spoilers, Brooke got buff.
Okay, there is a actual part of the book where, or sorry, in the manga, where everyone has their little skull and crossbones on them. They all painted on themselves except for Brooke. He doesn't get one.
Aww.
And then I saw that, which is weird. And then I saw that Frankie bent his knee and put a top hat on it and then made one under it. And I was like, oh, I guess that's his idea for Brooke because he's made of bones. But no, because one of them is halfway up frickin' Chopper's hat and on his face. And I was like, oh, I know he's already a skull joke, but he deserved it. Yeah.
All
okay. Right. Top 5.
Okay, well,
brought
do we want to do top 5 first or least favorite character first?
Okay, well, let's do least favorite character first. Yeah, it's Blackbeard.
Really? Look. Blackbeard was a bastard this arc. However, I'm honestly shocked it's not Blue Jam.
Blue Jam sucks, but he like sucks in the way that that the dudes who came from the mountains sucked back in the day with Luffy.
Like Higem of the Mountain
just not
Bandit.
the same
I get
level.
you. It's not like going around the world, burning down spreading panic, threatening people to... No. Yeah.
No.
Fair.
No, it's Blackbeard, this arc. Yeah.
I would probably pick... Sabo's dad's a good choice too, honestly.
Sabo's dad is shit, but he's no Blackbeard. Come on. So no, I'm going Blackbeard. Yeah. Full least favorite person in this arc.
I think before we start reading again, we might do a casual hangout stream. We definitely need to do a tier list stream as well. Like that's one we need to do the tier list stream of the Blackbeard.
Somebody told me to do top 5 hats. Like I could ever. Like who could top? I
honestly
guess I could.
What if we give up on some of the harder tier lists and one of the tier lists we do for our tier list stream is like a hat tier list?
I love it way better than drip because drip is hard. We got so many
I still
people
think we should do when
time.
We're caught up a Straw Hats only drip tier list, and we make it an entire episode ranking all the Straw Hat fits.
Hey,
not counting cover stories.
Sabo ain't dead.
Yeah.
He ain't dead, so I can't dislike the person.
Well, I mean, you can dislike the guy who almost killed him.
I could dislike the person who shot him, but I can't dislike the person who
Look,
killed him since he's not dead.
I know I shouldn't be confirming anything, but guys, it's like, it's so beyond obvious.
Ugh, come on now. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Top 5, brought to you by Mama D. Drock and Gatorade. When you're making a top 5 list and your mouth gets pasty, maybe you need to reach for some hydration.
I think
Gatorade.
we're allowed to say that, but fucking okay. I only think we're allowed to say that. Lav, have fun with that one.
All right. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Number 1 in the hot, hot sun. Ah, shit on my bricks. Okay. Who is
You
number
came in
1?
so hot.
Number 1 in the hot, hot sun.
Yeah.
Old Jim.
Old Jim deserves it this week.
Yep, Old Jim. He took Luffy from despair to, I don't have a word. Derangement. No, from derangement to, no, there's no word.
He just helped him out.
Erase
Helped
it.
him out a lot.
It's Old Jim.
It's Old Jim. Truly, you are a poet.
Number 2, nah.
Nah,
No,
not
number 2.
Nah.
Let's do 5.
Number 5.
Except for one problem.
What?
Number 2 is obviously Rayleigh.
Okay.
So, yeah. That's how that's going to go. Rayleigh! No, not da-dun, 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 da-dun. Rayleigh, yeah, no, it's Rayleigh.
Okay. Number 2 is Rayleigh. Makes sense to me. He does a lot. Teaches us about Haki. Teaches Luffy about Haki. Swims across the sea. Says, hey, bear man, why'd you do that?
You know what, by the way? Old Jim! Bring this one in instead. Hey, editing. Hey, Lucky. Here we go. Old Jim, bringing Luffy from despair to desire. That's the one. Rewind. Put that in. That's all I have to say about that. Number 5.
Yep.
Did you ever see the cartoon with the dude who laughs like I laugh when things are super funny?
No, what? What are we talking about? Where are we? What's happening?
Well, you know who would know it? Oda, because we're from the same generation.
It's true.
And there is a dog who laughs like he's breathless.
Okay. Oh yeah, the Sam the sheepdog, is that the one that laughs?
Muttley. His name is
Oh,
Muttley.
it is Muttley. It's the
His name
evil
is
dog.
Muttley,
The evil
and
dog does it.
If you look up Muttley and listen to his laugh, and I have Muttley's laugh sometimes.
Dude, where the fuck are we?
We're talking about Muttley. We're right here. I'm sitting in my house. You're sitting in yours. Let's do number 5. Why are you wasting my time here? I got shit to do. Got a busy life. Number 5. Number 5 is pretty shit hard because there's a lot of people who are good but not that good, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't know why I went to number 5. So let's go to number 3.
Oh my god, yeah, we're at number 3. You are giving Lav so much work to do by how funny you're giving the opportunity to make this.
Oh my god, the wacky racers. See all those people who know what I'm talking about, Rock?
I already said I know.
Yeah, I know you know, but they got the wacky racers because that's what he was mostly on.
Wacky Races is great. I loved watching that as a kid. There was a time where, in theory, the evil dude should have won, and they didn't count it, and I don't even fucking remember why. And I thought it was such bullshit. I'm like, look, He worked hard this time. Just fucking let him. And they're like, but he cheats. Everyone cheats in that show. They just don't say they're cheating, but everyone's doing bullshit that isn't allowed in a race. He's not actually cheating any more than literally every person is. It's a wacky race.
Justice for Muttley's friends.
Let the man win.
Let him win.
Let him win one time. They're all cheating. Every one of them.
You're not wrong. I'm going to make number 3 Sabo.
All right. Fair.
Very important character. Absolutely nuts awesome. I'm going to make number 5. Da-dun, 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 da-dun.
What the fuck, that got me? Oh, why that get me so good?
So good.
Yep.
Oh, I can't even. No. You know who I'm going to make number 4? And everyone can fight me. We can have a fight about this, and I don't care because you're physically not there. Dedan was number 5. People, you just heard it. Number 4, Dragon.
Damn. All right, for saving a young boy, maybe, possibly saving a young boy.
Not just for saving. No, not Garp. Well, I'll put him up all right. The reason I chose Dragon is because not only did he completely change the way that he saw his rebellion, he ended up saving all of those people that were pushed against the fire and taking them all on. And he saved Sabo, and I know he did. And he changed the entire face of that area of Goa and made it so that because when the people came through later, they were like, oh my, I expected more bodies. Oh, the bones probably burnt. No, they didn't. You know what? You can kiss Dragon's ass. He saved him.
You know what?
And I really felt like in this arc that I really appreciated Dragon more and appreciated where the cause comes from and why he's in rebellion. So I love me a Dragon anyways, but in this arc is where I really got to find out where Dragon started from and why I think he's such an important character.
This solidifies a trend for Dragon of showing up to a place where something's happening and just commenting esoterically about the state of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad I like Dragon too, guys. Thank you for being glad that I like somebody. I love that for me. You know what's going to happen now is when we go back into the tubes of you, people are going to be like, I'm glad you like this person.
Look, hey, YouTube. YouTube being mad at me for not hiding Sabo being alive better. I've tried so hard. I've tried so hard to be good for so many things. I could not find it within myself to be good about this one because, like, it's so much work to pretend that it feels like he's dead. Like, it's fun. It would be too fucking hard to pretend that I ever thought he was dead. Fuck it. No, I'm not gonna bother. Roast me in the comments. I truly don't give a shit. I did not have it in me to pretend.
Yeah, that's true. You didn't. He tried so hard and got so far.
I thought about trying, and then I was on a phone call with you, and I was like, no.
In the end, let me sing my song, Drock. He tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't really matter.
The fact that you made me go back to listen to your song made me think you were going to put a joke in, but you did just say it straight. Actually, a poll would be good to see who actually thought he was dead. Anyone who did think he was dead, again, media analysis, media literacy is a skill. It's not something I want to shame people for not having. Mama Drock does have it. It was not going to fly under the radar.
You know what I do now? All the time? Thank you for noticing that I Linkin Park twice. Do you know what I do all the time to your dear old dad now?
What's that?
If we're watching a video or a movie or anything, or he's telling me about something going on in the real world, every once in a while I'm like, no, I'm right about this. I'm a professional.
You do this about the real world? You make
This is my job. I do this
you make predictions
professionally.
about the real world and then say you professionally predict things. Oh my god.
It's not shaming you at all, dude. Like, there's a lot of shit I don't get. Even when I'm watching a movie sometimes and everyone's like, didn't you see this coming? And I'm like, nope. It just didn't bite me. I just didn't.
Sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you don't. It doesn't matter. But you told me, and I won't get to find out for a long time, that in Marineford I made a prediction, and that apparently it showed up this week in the manga.
I'm not telling you which one, but something you said came to fruition literally like a chapter I read a few days after you said it, which is wild IMO. Very cool.
Yeah. Because people are constantly like, she's cheating. Dude, come on. Do you think that I have such a freaking fragile ego that I'm out here like, let me find out all the things and then say them like I'm special? Get real. I love being wrong, especially coming up, because we got ourselves a wild mushroom now. It oozes green.
God,
oozes.
yeah, no, the mushroom's so good. I'm so fucking excited for that.
I know that you love the diamond, but I love the mushroom. It's so good.
So good. Oh my god.
I know, but man,
it's like cheating in
the
D&D.
mushroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's stupid. I do not. I mean, I will skirt the line. You did see me with the "I'm glad you like Bonnie" and me going.
Well, you'll skirt the line, but you
like
are
that
being
or
honest
commented
about your cheats, which that's good.
That isn't a cheat. That's cheat adjacent.
Yeah, for sure.
You go look after this and you'll see tons of people liked it and 12 people had commented on it. Everyone who's here, oh my God, everyone's who's here right now, all 399 of you, I want you to go into the Shabodi thing and go to the one that says, I'm glad you liked Bonnie, and write your own about it.
Yeah,
I won't get to see it
because call to action. Go to the Sabo video real quick. The top comment right now one of the top comments should be "I'm glad you like Bonnie," and just comment something on it. Just comment like "I'm glad you like Bonnie." The
one that shows up at the very top.
Okay, I'll say 18% of people did think that Sabo was dead. So to 18% of people, I apologize. I didn't believe in you.
Tattoo, you gotta go put "You're glad I like Saboti," or you can put "You shouldn't like Saboti," or you can put Saboti
guys,
who.
This is the dumbest prank. I kind of love this.
I like the Bonnie.
This can't go in the video.
Lav,
this can't go in the video. I know you know that, but I just need to reiterate it.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Okay. Yeah, go into the video and stuff her down. Oh, right. We tier Luffy. Tiering Luffy. God, shit. This is hard. You know what? No, this is not hard. You know what I'm going to say? Thank you so much, Raviolis. Luffy is an S+ tier, and hear me out.
We have our second SS Luffy.
Oh, God. SS.
We agreed to that because someone pointed out it was funny to do that because we were in the arc where we were talking about Nazi imagery, and now we're stuck with it.
Right. Okay, we agreed. SS Luffy, because he wakes up from finding out that his brother's dead. He's absolutely devastated. He can barely control his hurt. And he manages to regroup himself and remember the thing that Ace said to him when they were in their childhood. We love him. He's gone, and we need to continue to live in our best way. And he does that with the help of old Jim. And shout out to old Jim, my main man, fist bump. You really helped Luffy bring it back. But getting to see Luffy throughout his childhood and then see the arc of how he carried that into being a young adult, and now having him manage to pull himself from the depths of despair, that's SS, man. Like, that is a hard thing to do. So you got this. You absolutely got this, Luffy. I have faith.
As there's 27 replies on the "Glad to see you like Bonnie now" and 155 likes.
No, you've got to comment. It's got to be like Bonnie who. I love Bonnie.
Should I pin it? I'm going to pin it so it's easier to find for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm pinning it. This is so dumb. I love it. I'm pinning it. It's easy to find now, guys. It's up to 30 comments. Oh, God. They're swarming.
So good. So good. You know what, community? I had the greatest day talking to you guys. It's been awesome.
It's been fantastic.
Once again, you're rocking it.
Once again, we had an arc.
You know what, YouTube? If you're not coming to these places, you have no idea what you're missing. It gets edited out. You have no idea how much fun we have here.
This is such a blast. I had a great time, even if most of my mental effort today was spent staring at this going, how do I fix it? I do like where we ended up.
Dude, I can't believe you chose to do a new form of art live. You nailed that. Well done. Good for you, dude.
I don't know. I do this to have fun, so I'm always going to do something that feels like it'll be fun.
I really love it.
We're spamming that person with notifications. You're right. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is such a blast.
Holy shit, ravioli. Let's just say I forgot that was attached to a human being, and suddenly they're getting a gazillion notifications that people are adding. And think about it. It's like nonstop. Ding, ding, ding. They're going to look at their thing and be like, what the hell?
Okay, we can't edit this out of the VOD. We cannot edit this out of the VOD because they need to watch the VOD one day and go, oh, fuck. Like, leave it out of the edited video, but when we make the VOD channel, we're keeping this in so that they can watch the VOD channel and go, that's what happened. Oh my god. Hey, if you're watching this on the VOD, the call to action didn't apply to you. I hope that you knew that back in the past. I hope you knew that.
Amazing. All right, close us off, Drock. Bring us home.
I need someone to help me find someone to raid.
Oh, they wanted me to do a Chapter 0 live read.
It's already 6:30. What do you think?
How long is a Chapter 0 live read?
It would probably take 20 minutes.
Oof. I can't do that,
it's
man.
Longer than a normal
Can we
chapter.
make that next week Can we make that as a start off for our next one before we talk about anything? I begin by reading Chapter 0.
At the end of Blackbeard. Because the Blackbeard
yeah,
convo, I think will probably only be two hours or so.
My only worry about this Drock is I'd like to start with it because I don't like it when people don't get it again. So I want to make sure we cover it.
Here's my issue, right? And hear me out on this.
Okay.
I want to do the Blackbeard conversation when we still have as much energy as possible.
You're not wrong. Okay. Everyone, I promise that no matter what, I'll tell you all and I'll stick around. But Papa Drock uses my Office of Awesomeness for his sports ball things, and he's been really putting them off, and it's some amazing sports balling. I don't know why, but it is.
Guys, Streamlabs is broken. I'm going to try to figure out how to send you on a raid. I said no failed raids this year. I'm not letting Streamlabs being broken stop me. You might hear a loop for a second. I apologize.
Oh my god, 70 replies. Yes! You guys are the best!
Crazy. This is wild.
Oh, so good!
Games done quick is all one word? And you're sure it's active?
That's amazing. Empress, yeah, that's hilarious. Look at that. I keep getting alerts because I commented on this. It's
oh
amazing.
My god, I feel so bad, guys, but it's also very funny.
Okay. Rob, close us off before we flip.
Everybody,
it's been lovely.
Thank you for being here so much, and until next time, it's been lovely drocking to you. Bye!
Oh, yeah. Woo!
That was so funny.